こんな遅くなっちゃった。スプラー来た、やめたい。すごい名前が味方にいるな。なんでこんな時間に連絡来んだ。あ、いけ、嘘。全然見てなかった。あ、じゃあ、おー、強い強い。あ、全然狙われちゃうこれ。狙われちゃうか。めんどくせえから、反対にノックアウトしたかったな。ずーっとカモンって言ってるな、あの人。何をカモンしてんだ、あの人は。どうすれば満足するんだ。え、嘘何やだそう、空中でトーピードを直撃したのか。取られちゃう。
最小ケア金してる？
ケア金やりたい。誰かちょうだい。俺、ケア金買えない病気にかかっちゃって。ああ、強い強い。もっとさっさと使えばよかった。あ、左。うわあ、また間違えた。助けてー。
すげえ、何かしてんじゃん。
何かしてるでしょ。こっちに敵いるよ。
スイート値買い取りしたら分資金できますよ。
あるね。スイッチ売ってティアキン買うか。あー、きついこれ。あんまりね、頑張りたくないんだよね。このゲーム。おお、誰も俺のこと助けてくんないマジか。俺は一人で戦ってるのか。なんか新作ラッシュでさ、みんななんか アイドルショーダウンやったりさ、いろんなゲームやってるよね、今。まあ、アイドルショーダウンが新作ラッシュの一つに含めていいのかわかんないけど。
マジンガー Z とかね。
オルメンさんやったね。ティアキンね、あ、新作じゃないか。ユナイトとかもアップで入ってたし、みんななんかその、アップデとか新作とか新しいことやってるんだけどさ、あんまりどれもなんか興味湧かなくて、まああれはやりたいけど、ティアキンはやりたいけど、てかいつかやるけど、あのなんだっけ、忘れちゃった。なんかやろう、なんかやる予定みたいなことは言おうと思ったんだけど、何のゲームだったか忘れちゃったな。とりあえず今なんかやりたいゲームが特になくて、このゲームは、このゲームをやりたいかっていうと、そうでもないんだけど、なんかスプラトゥーンだけ明確に目標を作りやすくて、とりあえずなんか24だか25だか、まあ24は踏んだことあるけど、25だか目指せばいいかなみたいな。スプラトゥーンは X マッチ自体そんなに面白いかって言うと怪しいけど、目標が明確にあって、スマブラとかは目標はちょっとふわふわしてんだけど、でもやりたさで言ったらスマブラとかの方がやりたいって感じで、すごいなんかね、相手。ああ、ハイドラやりたかったな。これ裏取んないときついよな。X マッチ、この組み合わせがつまんないんだよな。バレルとハイドラが分かれた時の。ハイドラ側がガン有利だから。あ、バレルも頑張れるけど別に。ああ。まあ普通に考えたらハイドラ側が有利だよな、これ。やってくれ、ナイス。うわ、反射してくる。ラピベは楽でいいな、ほんと。え、そこ死ぬ。ついてないな。見て。塗ってれば勝ちだ、塗ってれば。ナイス。勝った勝った。
対象ティアキンしてる？
やってない。いいなぁ、FT さんのティアキン。ティアキンやりたい。いやー、X マッチなー。目標だけしっかりしてて、やる気が全然だな。マジっすか？そんなのあるんだ。いや、ほんとずっと作業なんだよな、このゲーム。28、22。ポイントが目標になってるのに、上達とポイントの、あれが、比例しないから、運の要素でかすぎんだよな。 かなり実力が上がんないと実力にポイントが反映されないから。
テアキン買おうと思ったら容量足りなくて素手買って届くの待ち。
そっちで困ったんだ。あ、嘘、外した。ああ。X マッチな。いつまでやるかな、このゲーム。そっか。おう、マジ
待ってる間俺のパソコンでも遊べたからプロの格ゲー触ってる。
いいじゃん、あれ。みんなやってるよ、今。俺の周りは。やべ、喧嘩売る相手じゃない。必戦は。打倒の必戦は喧嘩売っちゃダメだ。やめてー。うわぁ。エナーフェイクプロ。X マッチ微妙に面白くないんだよな。なんかこの微妙な面白くなさをさ、絶対なんとかできるじゃん、このゲーム。マジ文句しか出ねえんだよな、このゲームやってて。何なんだろうね、この出来が悪いとまではいかないけど。これしかないから遊ぶけどさ。あ、嘘、外した。それは言えてる。それはね、完璧だった作品ないからな。あ、でも1か。1がある意味、なんか、穴が分かんなかったね、1は。ゲームに慣れてないっていうのとか、もろもろ含めて。出来の悪さに気づくのにすごい時間がかかった。お、マジまだったよ、あいつ。戻すかな。やべえ、落ちた。一発外しちゃったね。なんかね、対戦、試行回数が全てなんだけど、X マッチ。ちょっとね、レーティングがめちゃくちゃすぎるね。後ろ行ったら終わりだな、これ。大丈夫だった。コピーでやれ。コピーでやれ。お、よくコピーで受けたな、今。ポイントの上がり下がり、この間、久々に集計し直したら、めちゃくちゃすぎて笑った。そもそも勝率がさ、50% に収束するようにさ、マッチングして集計してんのにさ、その勝ち負けのポイントがぐちゃぐちゃすぎてさ、一応勝率勝ち越してはいたけど、ジェッパ使えばよかった。全然見てなかっ
社交心煽りたいですからね。
た。それは言えてる。 これね、マジで何も考えないでやるのがね、一番いいね。X マッチのね、仕組み考えれば考えるほどね、まず出来悪って思っちゃってね。
そんなの耐えられない。
いや、本当に精神力強いか、あんまり数字のこと気にしないタイプの人間だね、X マッチできるのは。それか、まあ、単純に若くて無我夢中に遊べる感じ。それはいいと思う、別に。楽しくて無我夢中にやってんのは。全然ありだね、健全。俺はもう数字だけ見ちゃってるから、ちょっとね、不健全な遊び方をしてるからね。それは自業自得ではあるけど、
健全。
不健全なね、遊び方をしてるからね。
おじさんたちはゴリ夢中だよ。
夢中になれない、ダメなおじさんだから。最低保証が10の地点でね、数字の上がり幅は平均10でなきゃいけないんだけどね、多分、運のいい人は、まあ、大体15、一生につき10から15ぐらい増えて、10増えてる人は運いいね。俺はね、8点、この間測って 8.5 だったけど、今測り直したら多分 7. 点いくつだと思う。一生につき 7. 点いくつっていう。一生の価値が7なのに、あ、やべ。これ無理。一生の価値が7なのに最低保証マイナ10で持ってかれるから、上がんねんだわ。ほらほら。相手やってよぜみんなで。ダイナもダメだよ。調子に乗らせちゃう。ギャー、洗濯機神様。ただね、勝率が必ず 50% に、まあ、必ずじゃないけど、50% になるようにマッチングしてるのはすごい不思議だね。多分、これはマジでね、50% になるようにできてんだと思う。かもじゃん。無理だったか。全然見てなかった、ごめん。バリアブルいいね。ほんとね、仕組みが分かってからバリアブルがやっぱ最強だと思うようになった。
50% になるということは、50% になるようにできてるということですね。本当は勝率3割なのに5割って表示されてる可能性ないの？
ないんだよな。俺集計してるから自分のやつ。表示はね、表示もまたうまいんだ、これが。直近50銭ぐらいしか表示しないから、無理だよ、こんなの。直近50銭しか表示されないからね、勝ち越したり負け越したりしてるようにね、すごい見えるんだよ。集計するやつなんかいないからさ、通算の勝率を、通算試合、合計試合の、あれを。これ。どうしようかな。左入らせたくないな。洗濯機は虎視眈々と左を。
彼女の体に正の字で集計してますよ。
嘘。そんなエロ同時みたいなことしてるの。いやー、洗濯機きついね。どうだろうこれ。追い詰められてるかな俺。英語のさ、海外のエロ画像だとさ、正の字じゃなくてさ、傷シャシャシャってやるやつになってるのちょっと面白いよね。外した。頼む、トーピード回復されてた。どうすっかな。この試合何もできてねえな。かなり実力が上がれば、運が良ければ多分、かなり実力が上がれば確率上がっていくから、まあ、実力が まあ、相当高ければいけるかなっていうのと、あとは試行回数繰り返してれば勝手に上振れるかなっていう感じかな。すげえこのゲームクソだなって思うのが、俺より全然上手いダイナモの人が1900で沼ってんの見てるとマジかわいそうだなって思う。こないだリザルトさらしてて、まあ、あんたがやってたらそうなるよなって感じのリザルトなんだけど、マイナス3連敗でマイナス100引かれてる画像を見て震えたね。俺よりかわいそうなやついるんだなって思った。いや、俺ね、3連敗でね、30以上引かれるのでも結構慣れてたんだけどね、さすがにちょっとかわいそうだなって思ったね、あれは。マイナ100引かれててさ、10ずつ上げてんのに、うわーって思ったね。まあ多分そのマイナ100なければ、まあ、2000台は乗ってると思うんだけど、その人。全然俺でも勝てないような上手い人なんだけど。
味方依存高い武器は沼から抜け出すの大変だよ。
だと思う。ダイナモは多分全部、あれだ、できないんだろうね。でもにしてもかわいそうだよね。だって2だったら絶対そんなことなかったもん。その人2で26いってたもん、普通に。26以上いってたのかもしれないけど、俺が見てる範囲では26だったけど。だからね、子育てしてるから試行回数稼ぎなそうなんだよね、この人。まあ多分、全然やってはいるんだろうけど。
27の対抗戦一緒に潜って活躍できるリッターの人が20代から抜け出せなくて泣いてたよ。
まあそうなるよな、このゲーム。やる気なくなるってマイナ100引かれたら誰だって。10ずつしか増えないのにね、基本。一生日記の価値がさ、まあ平均10で考えた方がいいじゃん。まあそれ以上の人たくさん見てるから、別に運が良ければ上がるんだけどさ。レートがめちゃくちゃすぎるせいでね、強い敵を倒したからたくさん上がるか、弱い敵を倒したからあんまり上がんないかっていうの関係ないんだよね。たまたまレート高い人をたまたまやっつけたら上がっちゃうから、全然なんか正しく機能してないんだよね、レートが。あ、何受けられた。相打ち上等で撃ったのに。マジで試行回数稼がないと無理。全員がそうしてくんないと、ちゃんと機能しない。ただ、中でもズバ抜けて上手い人だけは上がってってる。それはもう上の人が証明してるから。インクない。ごめんね。まあ、ただ、結論としては、スタミナ使う武器は全部意味ない。意味ないっていうか、試行回数稼ぐしかないから、スタミナ使う武器が効率悪すぎる。ジムワイプはほんとそれでやめた。もう今ポイント上げることしか目的じゃなくなったから、ジムワイパーで頑張ってても意味ねえなってなっちゃって、今何にも考えないでラビットブラスター使ってる方が全然楽だし。そうだね。這い上がってる人はマジで上手いと思う。きつい。無理だよこれ、限界だよ。繰り返してれば上達はするだろうし。うわ、やっちゃった。だからそれが上手くなってポイントが上がってんのか、マジでたまたま噛み合ってポイントが上がってんのか分かんなくしちゃってるから、ゲーム側が。それほんと良くないんだよな。これどうしよう。居場所に困っちゃう。ここいるよね。絶版の位置あるかな。 あー、危ねえ。バリやったの偉いでしょ、今俺。ナイス。数やるのが必要だから、スタミナ使わない武器使わないとやっていけないね。純粋に楽しめれば全然やれるだろうけど、別にやってて面白くねえし。いや、面白いタイミングはあるんだけど面白くないって言うと嘘になるな。やっぱ、このゲームよくできてるから面白いんだよな。とにかくブレ幅がでかすぎるのは良くないな。ナイス。いるね。マジ楽トーピード。いいし、クリアリングしなくていいし。あ、やべ。来ないでくれ。まだジェッパ溜まってねえや。どうしようかな。やべえ、売るべきじゃない。この喧嘩を勝てない。ああ、助かる。この喧嘩は勝てない。ああ、ごめんね。俺に入ったバリアが。他人の被害が。ちょっと今で引いてくれ。すまねえ。2発目のバリア剥がれちゃった。舐められてる。あ、そっか、外した。どうしようかな。また裏取られたのか。めんどくせえな。どうしようかな、これ。バカにしなくていいのか。無視された。マジか。あ、外した。死んじゃった。ごめんごめん。頑張れパブロ。ノックアウトしてくれ。ナイス。楽できた。パブロのおかげで。別に負けてねえのにどんどんポイント下がってくよ、このゲーム。わけがわからん。
3は受け身術微妙。
あ、どうなんだろう。試してないな。 このギアね、俺の作った何にも考えなくていいギアっていうギアだからね。俺が考えたギアなんだよ、これ。やっとは2増えた。っ
やつってすぐそう言うんだよね。わら。
て思うじゃん。俺強えんだよ、ラピ使ってるとき。まあめちゃくちゃ強いわけでもないけど。
結構採用してる公家は多い。
ああ、そうなんだ。
特許取りました？
これ特許取っていいよ、これ。これは何にも考えなくていいギア。これマジおすすめ。ステジャンはね、使わない。スーパージャンプはね、
対象なんかやってる？
やってるよ。スーパージャンプね、ダメ。これ、トーピードいっぱい投げられる。トーピードいっぱい投げられる。足速い。いつもの0.1ずつつける。これマジおすすめ。トーピードを投げられる回数を増やすことによってね、脳みそを使わなくていい時間を増やせるからね。すげえおすすめ。これね、勝率51%ぐらいじゃダメなんだよね。ポイント増えねえんだよ。
ガスマスクフェチなのバレてるよ。
バレちゃう？タコマスクマジ可愛い。タコマスクね、これすごいところがね、ガスマスクのかっこよさと、なんかイカちゃんの可愛さの両方を出せるっていうのがね、マジすごいんだよね、このギア。そもそもガスマスク好きじゃないとそこに気づけないんだけど、本当におすすめ、タコマスク。いや、このゲーム2勝3敗で30下がるのが連続できてね、マジきつかった。俺なんかしたっていうね。あと3勝1敗で、1勝3敗で30下がる。で、30下がるの多すぎ、俺のデータ。今のね、ラピベ特有の何も考えなくていいやつ。何も考えなくていいこの時。すごくない？マジでさ、スプラトゥーンやってる人だったらわかると思うけど、今俺何にも画面見てなかったじゃん。もうまあ、スプラトゥーンやってない人からしたらなんかキル取ってるなって感じだけど、スプラトゥーンやってる人からわかる、やってる人ならわかるんだよ。このラピッドプラスは何も考えてねえぞって。何も考えなくていいんだよ、この武器。敵がいたら撃つ。いそうなところにトピードを投げる。ジェットパック。このね、ジェットパックがまた正義の味方なんだわ。あいてーなんて言ったらやられた。ごめん。味方っつえ。ジムで頑張ってんのマジバカらしくなるね。やれるっしょ。やれない。にゃー。おいおい、マジレスかよ。クワッドホッパー。ナイス。にゃー。クワッドに相打ち取るシューター偉すぎる。ナイスカニ。俺も行くよ。やべえ、全部分散してるダメージが。今。あとほんのちょっとあれば。ごめんって。うわー、うえー、ラピベツえ。この武器俺にくれよ。レート帯の問題なのかもしれないんだけどね。この武器マジで強いんじゃないかって感じがする。多分実際強いと思うんだよな。ジェットパックが強すぎてね、なんか、マジで大武器な気がする。やっぱそうだよね。なんか、ジマイパーより強いんじゃねって思っちゃうんだな、俺。ジマイパー食運が弱すぎてね。弱すぎては言い過ぎなんだけど、ジェットパックはなんかね、異質な強さを持ってるんだよな。ただ、ロングラとかホットいるとだるいんだよな。あと、ラピベがだるい。ラピベ使ってるとラピベがクソだるい。ジェットパック落としてくるし、角敵してくるし、二角でやられちゃうしで。なんかね、ザトウに似てるんだよね。ザトウ使ってるとザトウだるいんだよ。エリーか。イグゼクトの時のエリー使っ ってる時にね、エディが一番だるかったんだけど、一番は言い過ぎか。イノとかもだるかったけど。ジムはね、一緒に前行ってくれる人がいないと本当にきつくね。なんか、後ろで芋ってボムとか転がしてる人が多いから、X マッチやってると。その試合の時にね、自分はやっぱやることなくてね、前突っ込んでったら当然死ぬし、一緒に行ってくれる人とか前少しずつ塗ってライン上げてくれる人とかがいないから、前出られなくて、スペシャルのため合いになった時にやることなくて弱いんだよね。だからね、ジムワイパーより X マッチやってるとこっちの方が強いなって思う。なんか前マッシュが言ってた X マッチやってると X マッチだけ上手くなるみたいなのが、なんか近い現象が起きてる気がするんだよね。なんかね、この、多分この立ち回り絶対通用しないというか、まあそもそも脳みそ使わないでやってるからダメなんだけどさ。いや、でも強えんだよな、この武器。本気でやり込もうと思ったら直撃の精度を上げてったり、しっかり前に出る立ち回りとか覚えればいいし。トーピドーでね、ローラー系メタれんのがマジで嬉しい。
今更なんですけど配信ヌルヌルなのってキャプ語変えたからです。
あ、マジで？
使わないで答えてほしいんだけど、嫌いなプロゲーマー誰？
嫌いなプロゲーマーはいないけど、なんか、そういう感じの面白い話題をね、何にも仕入れてきてないから。最近なんかさ、
そういえば前の配信バンされてたけど何かあったの？
バンされてた？嘘？全然知らない、それ。あ、そんなことあったんだ。思い当たる節しかないな。これ、リッターに見られたら終わりだな。
見ようと思ったらなかったですね。
あ、嘘？マジで？うわ、ラッグ。
アーカイブ見れなかったやつ。アニメ
あ、
会社
そうなんだ。
権利侵害でアーカイブ見れなくなってました。
あ
後で見よう
あ、あれだ。リアルアンパンマン MSV だ。リアルアンパンマンやったからだ。くそー。
氷の切り数枠。わらわら。
めっちゃカミーユの声入ってたからだ。カミーユの声入れてなければ。アンパンマンの曲だ。わかった。アンパンマンの曲流れたわ。愛と勇気のアンパンマンの曲流れたわ。操作をそれないでって言ってたもんね。
あれ引っかかるんじゃ。
絶対それだ。
アンパンマン本編流してるのかと思われちゃいましたね。
多分そうだね。いやー、そうだわ。アンパンマンだわ。どけどけ。どけどけどけ。邪魔だよ。ラピベ様のお通りだぞ。おめえらみたいな弱い武器がラピベ様の邪魔すんじゃねえ。このゲームはラビットブラスターデコです。前がベッチュって言っちゃうんだな、この武器。どけ。あはすいませんでした。あれだよね、コムドットだよね、この武器。どけ。なんとかってさ、あったじゃん。
言われてみれば配信ヌルヌルだしゲーム音聞こえるのチラウラ感なくてダメだな。
マジでチラウラ感ない？やっぱチラウラと言ったらね、たまにノイズが入ったり、ゲーム音がしないキャップを使ったり、そういうとこあるよね。アンパンマンだったか。いや、でも前回の配信、バイオハザード8だっけ？まあなんか見たかったら直すけど、そんなにいいだと思うよ。バイオ8の DLC やってるんだけど、
権利のトムスエンタテインメント調べたらアンパンマン作ってる。
あ、そうなんだ。ありがとう。00のリッターいるぞ。そう、最初一回やって、 で、途中でバイオやろう
パソコンで
って、
やったやつっすね。
いやいやいや、面白かったよ。フラワーアドベンチャー以外は面白かったよ。くっと眠くてね、文句ばっか言ってた。あのゲームに。結構よくできてるゲームなのに、フルプライスのゲームでもないのに、クソ文句言ってたので、今思い出すと笑っちゃうね。そうそうそう。やってたわ。イカやって、バイオ8やって、最後に PC ゲーちょっとやったんだ。ちょっとっていうより結構長かったけど、バイオ8にも文句ばっか言ってた。なんだこの魔法使いバトラーみたいな。
めっちゃ文句言ってたのを後ろめたくて公開停止にしてたのかと思って
あ、違
ました。
う。まあちょっと FT さんには悪いことしたと思ってるけど、その自覚はあるけど、自覚っていうかな。ちょっと悪いなと思った。買ってもらったゲームにあんなに文句言うのやってね。この向き強い。あー、インチ切れちゃった。バカにしすぎだろ、この立ち回り。引けよ、アメフラシ来てる時点で。いや、すいません。もらい物で言うことじゃなかったんですけど、眠くて言っちゃいました。やってます。もうこのゲームにも文句が止まらない、プラトゥーン。なんか意外と僕味方に文句言わないのか、他の人と違うんですよね、プラトゥーンやって。みんな味方に文句言うけど、僕ポイントの増減にしか文句なくて。マジでこのゲームのポイントのレートの出来の悪さを直してほしい。
スプラトゥーン最高じゃない？文句言う
嘘。あ、やべ。これやばいやつ。いや、きつい。プラトゥーン、文句なしこのゲーム、100点。
木こりの切り株にも文句言ってましたね。
木こりの切り株はね、エブリバーガーだったわ、やっぱ。俺、木こりの切り株派じゃなかった。あれはね、俺が悪いわ。木こりの切り株をね、よく覚えてないくせに。嘘。嘘。ちゃんとやってる人の方が文句言ってない。みんなでスプラトゥーンだ。全然おすすめしないぞ、このゲーム。あと一発したかった。このゲームは、一人でやるのが本当に微妙なんだよな。一人でやるモードの充実度がなさすぎて。カモン。カモン。ごまかせ、ごまかせ、ごまかせ、ナイス。ごまかした。うおー。みんな、頑張れ。俺は頑張りたくない。ジェッパー溜まってないのに、スペシャル連打してた。やめてくれー。許してくれー。お気に上げだ。頼む。許された。ギャーです、多ない。すいません。です、多いです。怒られちゃったよ、敵にも。敵にも怒られちゃった。俺はもうダメだ。プラトゥーンを始めたがいいものの、この X マッチで勝てない。確かに。思いやりは面白いよな、あれ。何思いやりのある調整って。思いやりのある調整で櫓の上でダイオウイカ吐かせんのかよ。あれ笑うよな。なんか、ギルティでいうところの思いやり調整。ギルティでいうところのアクセントコアでゲロスペ追加されたようなのをこのゲームで作っておいて、思いやりのある調整を試みてますみたいなこと言ってね。ゲロスペ作ってそれみたいな。 まあゲロスペよりひどいですけど、ゲロスペは、ゲロスペって大足当てなきゃいけないじゃないですか。違うんですよね。ゲージ 50% 試させたらダメなんですよね。今回のダイオウイカの話は。ゲージ 50% 試させたあなたが悪いでしょっていう。それってエディ側が下がってればいつかたまんないみたいな話だけど、いや、その前に殺せばいいじゃんみたいな。
ムブクさんフェニじゃん。
あ、それ一番、
あ、
でも、もっと強いな。そうだね。スタッフが病気にならないように調整の頻度を下げます。偉いなーって。お、29も増えた。MPC の3のフェニもやばかったな、あれ。横 TA がゲージ減少にしたのは結構偉かった。あれね。絶対新卒でしょ。増やしたスタッフ。このゲームね。これしかないから、これを遊んでるけど。いや、ほんとな。やめろって。任天堂って確か大卒以上つかないって聞いたけど。あれもびっくりしたね。めちゃくちゃ突っ込まれてたよね、あれ。なんか、ちゃんと自分たちなりに調整したら縦長のステージが増えましたみたいなこと言ってたけど、もうクビにすればみたいな感じだったよね。みんなの反応。その担当者クビにすれば担当者をクビにしたら解決するじゃんって。まあ、さすがにちょっとみんな怒って、過激なこと言ってたけど。そうだね、ゲームの理解度低すぎるね。めっちゃ前出ちゃった。ほら、ほら、ほら。喧嘩売るぜ。喧嘩しようぜ。喧嘩しようぜ、若部。あ、くそ、負けた。そう。ドライストリンガーが活躍できるように遮蔽物を増やしたり、縦長にしました。ドライストリンガー、活躍してねえな。このゲームのパッケージの武器なんだけどな、トライストリンガー。パケの武器が最弱って笑えるよね。まあでも、パートのアレックさんもパケっていうかまあ主人公だったのに最弱だったしな。あんま変わんないか。主人公って最弱になるのか。めっちゃイカロールしてるけど別に、どっちにしろ運ゲーだから大丈夫だよ。弓は半年で済むかな。もう直す気ないんじゃない？はいはいはい。ここで吐くカニ。ちょっと嫌だけど、まあ。ごめん、手伝えばよかった。今の、俺やれたね、手伝えば。上か。こっち来んの？うわ、怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い。怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い。怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い怖い。まあそうだね。弓は、連動なのかな。どうなんだろうね。僕は弱いと思うな。ごめん。無理しました。僕が悪かったです。すいませんね。俺のせいで全部崩れちゃった。ごめん。でも、コメント読む方が楽しくて。いや、怒ってない。多分、味方が俺に怒ってると思う。この試合は。あのラピュー何なんだ、さっきからって思ってるよ。試合の全体は把握してないかもしれないから。ほら、味方強い。俺が余計なことしない方が強いんだ。トーピード投げてる方が強いんだ、俺。頑張れ、トーピード。俺いらないらしいから、この試合で。大丈夫。どうだろうな。ジェットパック強い。局者研究してもな。局者研究したところで局者の研究してることがバレたら、そこにいちゃいけないんだってなるだけで、きつくない？でもスクイックリンの例があるからな。 クイックリにさ、角1だけどさすがにそんな強くねえだろって言われてたら、まあまあやるべきだったから。やべやべやべやべ、ごめんごめんごめんごめん。これ本当に調子に乗るのやめます。本当に調子に乗るのやめます。俺、ここに家作るからさ。誰君。いてー。いや、今作に関しては、スター問題がいるから大丈夫。研究って話か。ごめんごめんごめん。トレモっていう話ね。ごめんごめんごめん。なんだっけ。何の話それ。わかんないんだけど。いやでもわかんないね、このゲーム。このゲームっていうかまあ、何が強くなるかって、本当にわかんないから。スマブラのスティーブそんなに強くないと思ったからね、最初。あんまり強キャラセンサー働いてないかもしれない、俺。手伝う。ごめん。なんかもう俺いらないじゃん。俺いらないね、この対戦。ほら、俺、クリアリングだけ手伝うわ。ここにいるよ。もう減らっちゃったよ、俺。16号誰でも気づくだろ。秒で気づくわ、あれ。まあ、俺より先に気づいてたから気づいた可能性はあるけどね、なんか、みんな妙に16号使ってるなーって、ちょっと話聞いて、自分でも触って、16号だ。あと嫌でも対戦させられた、16号は。731。おい、黒い太陽がいるぞ。やべえやつが味方にいた。単語、ジェットパックさん。このラピベ何してたの？強すぎる。みんな強い。みんな強いけど、キルレ見たらどう考えても相手が勝つ試合なのになんで勝ってんだこれ。塗りポイントもキルレも、総合的に見て向こうの方が上なのに。よほどエリア塗るのが嫌だったんだろうな、敵は。お前が塗れっつって、オブジェクトを押し付け合ってたら終わっちゃったんだね。
16号は強すぎて、セルとか言ってる役センスねえなって思ったよね。
思いました。セルは弱いと思いました、最初。なんでみんなセル強いんだろうって言ってるのが分からなかった。理解できなかった、セル強いって言ってるの。まあ、最終的にやっぱり、その青ご飯と、青ご飯だよな。ご飯と、相手、まあ立体やったから一緒。青ご飯、青飯か。青飯とあれなのは間違いなかったけど、16話なのは間違いなかったけど、それでもまあ強いな。入られてる。ナイス。マジ？やる。夢中になっちゃった。坊や。カニタンク、無敵だと思っちゃうよね。最近なんかうちの嫁がね、見てるね、アッシーだかなんだかって人のね、配信が面白くてね。なんか失敗するたびにね、伸びしろですねっていうのがね、面白いんだよね。下手とか言わないで、その、できてない部分を伸びしろって言うんだけど、めちゃくちゃ言うんだよね、その配信中に。伸びしろですね。それがね、めちゃくちゃスナイパーライフル外しながら、これは伸びしろですねとかずっと言ってるの。あれはね、人気出る理由わかるわ、あの人。
めっちゃいい言葉だね。
みんな使っていきましょう、あれ。てかなんか、すごい有名な配信者だからすでに世の中では使われてるのかもしれない。ほら、伸びしろですね。伸びしろですね。この人の声がまたいいんじゃない？いやー、もうこれも立ち回り伸びしろですね。やっぱ配信者ね、声がいいと、なんか、響くね。一つ一つのセリフがなんか癖になるっていうか。最近クズハのシャカダップー、オイラはシャカダップーもだいぶハマったけど。 あれ釈迦さん限定だからちょっと使いづらいんだけど。左来るでしょ絶対。1枚上か。もう一段降りてこい。あ、嘘でしょ。こんな。いやー、伸びしろですわこれは。この試合。伸びしろ。じゃなくて、間違えた。普通に。ナイス。谷タンク入ってくれるんだったら前だよ。辛い。位置が悪い。角度が悪い。顔が悪い。声が悪い。させない。惜しい。今の完璧だったでしょ。よし、トーピードが全部やってくれる。いけ、トーピード。誰？貫通すんの？網貫通するよ。もうってあれか。網貫通するって言ったのか。貫通する。だからちゃんとね、網下にいてもエイムが合ってれば当てられるよ。このカニ嫌だ。やりづらいな。ここちょっと壁だけ作って。デコイ、ナイス。紛れろみんな。危ねえ。無理か。ごめんって。俺が悪かったよ。クスロじゃない。頑張れ、頭抜きだ。マジでやってる。頭抜きではなかったけど偉すぎる。絶対俺のこと狙ってなかったじゃんリッター。許せねえ。いや思ってないです、実を言うと。これ負けたね。いやまだある。俺は味方を信じてる。俺たちならやれるって。確かに。ちょうどね、なんか、今日だが昨日にね、そういうツイートが回ってきた。弱い武器持ってきてるやつは、それだけで、負けた。なんか、戦犯っていうか、なんで弱い武器持ってくんねんみたいな。なんかバロとかで弱い武器持ってくる人は、それだけで足を引っ張ってる自覚がない。そういうやつに限ってエンジョイ勢だみたいなツイートしてて、チームゲー怖っと思った。みんな環境武器しか持っていけないじゃん。ちょうどそんなツイートがあったな。
チームプレイで自分勝手な武器チョイスしてるから仕方ないね。
パブロを持ってきてるやつが何を言う。その点僕はちゃんと環境武器を持ってるんで攻められることはないね。ただし脳みそは使わないよ。
パブロは強いでしょ。
エンジョイ勢が。こういうやつに限ってこうちゃらこうちゃらって言ってた。
どうしても勝ちたいタイミングで弱武器来たら思う気持ちはわかるけど別にルール違反してるわけじゃないしな。ね。相手尺まで味方ボールドの絶望感よ。
終わりだねあれ。弓とね、トライストリンガーとシャプマ、シャプマじゃない、トライストリンガーとボールドと、なんだっけな、トライストリンガー、ボールド、パブロ、俺のラピベで、相手が環境武器4人だったことが1回あって、環境武器がリッター、シャプマ、なんちゃらかんちゃらみたいな感じで、もう本当に万全の状態、万全の相手 VS、なんかマニアックな武器大量の俺っていう組み合わせだって、あれマジで地獄だった。何の冗談だよと思ったね。ナイス。今のそこね、2対1の攻撃。 まるでさながらエディとザトウのような連携だったよね。まあ、トーピードと俺なんですけど。やっぱね、
思いやりのある武器開発をお願いしたいですね。
お願いしたいよね。スクリュースロッシャーにナイス玉をつけるなんて思いやりのないことはやめてほしいよね。まあ、ぶっちゃけそれあってもいいけど、他もそうしてほしいよね。なんでスクリュースロッシャー使いにだけ思いやりがあるの？はい、当たんねえかな、当たんねえか。
ゴールドは筆ローラーと同じツールじゃないとダメだと思ってる。
あ、確かにそうだね。これ多分、あれまだいるよね。あれいなくなったの？あれ死んでる？なんで？何があったんだろう。よろしくそいつ。何？生きてるだとやるな。じゃあ裏入ろう。リッター遊ぼうぜ。怠慢だ。怠慢しようぜリッター。俺は味方のことなんか知らないぜ。何？帰るだと偉すぎる。大体下降りるけどな、ああいう時。避けられただと。あ、何？また帰るだと偉すぎる。まあいいや。リッター無力化しつつ向こうにトーピード投げられれば十分だろう。痛い痛いあ、同じ人だ。スクスロじゃないってさっき言ったな、この人。ん？誰だてめえ。何やつ。出会え出会え。あ、ウェイクアップ。わーいわーい。こういうことしてると煽りっつって怒られるからな。怖えよな。味方つえ。カマバッカスーさん。フレンドにスーさんって人いるからその人じゃねえかなと思ったけど、多分違うな。終わりか。ポイント増えねえな、このゲーム。まあいいや。とりあえず、それなりに楽しめたし。イカはもういいや。何やるかな。バイオ8か。バイオ8かこの間の PC ゲーどっちかなんだけど、どっちがいいかな。さすがに3日連続は来ないか。3日じゃないか。1日おきに一致が来るから。
アンパンマン見れなかったから頼む。
いや、アンパンマンじゃないけど、じゃあ、その PC ゲーにするか。
またまた、見とって言われるの待ちでしょ。
いや、それは待ってないな。本人も待ってないでしょ。水戸のプレイを。PC ゲーやるか。セッティングも楽だしな。最近またちょっとずつ昼夜逆転してきちゃったよ。ゴールデンウィーク期間でなんか1時間ずつぐらいずれてたんだよな。なんか少しずつ夜型になってるなって。
フラワー来たー。
フラワーにする？嘘でしょ？よっと。ああ。 とりあえずラピ
い
ベ
つやるの？
しばらく使うか。あ、ゼルダどうしよう。ほんとね、やってないゲーム多すぎてね。メトロイドも積んでるんだな、俺。買ってすらいないけどさ。スイッチのメトロイドと、何本ソフト積んでんだかもう。これか。いやー、やりたいゲームいっぱい。あれもそうだよ。忘れてた。あれやってないんだよ、俺。
ピア消化できるよ。
イカ、その通りすぎる。イカねー。イカやんなければマジで進むね。
その気になれば17時間配信3日やれば1本消化できますしね。
それは言えてる。何のゲームだっけ？なんか、ザ・なんとかなんとかだった気がするな。ザ・キング・オブ・ファイターズが出てきた。スタンリーか、そうだ。よしっと。ちょっと待ってね。
やれ。
あれあれ画面、画面キャプチャー。あれ、なんだこれ。こうか。ごめんなさい。ミトあ、これ。何やってるんですかあなた今。うん。あ、こういう要素もあるんだ。連続で新人をタオさんに正確な時間設定させる。その通りだな。どっちかは可能性高いからみんな分かってますよね。このゲームを作るのは簡単ではなかったです。そんなコーナーでくだらない。はい。なんだこれ。連続で本当に12時にやってたらどうなんだよ。うるさいね。また文句止まんなくなりそうだわ。よし。このゲームは実質的ロック、ウェルカムバック。このゲームはなんか仕事してたら急に人がいなくなって、この主人公はめちゃくちゃ単調な仕事をしてるんだけど、なんかすごくその、単調な仕事なんだけど、主人公にとっては別にストレスじゃなくて、めちゃくちゃ単調な仕事をなんか楽しんでやってたんだよね。そしたら急に社員が全員いなくなって、なんでって。で、社員全員いなくなっちゃったけどどうすりゃいいんだろうっていうので、なんか非現実に巻き込まれてるみたいな。いや、非現実じゃないな。まあ、とりあえずこのナレーションの言う通りに動くか、ナレーションのこと無視して進むかの2択みたいなゲームなんだけど。
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
まあこんな感じのゲーム。何度も何度もやり直す。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
で、ナレーションのセリフがちょいちょい変わるんだよね。
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
まあナレーションに従ってもいいし、従わなくてもいいし。
When Stanley came to a set of two
左
open
の方に入り
doors,
ました。
he entered the door on his
俺今右に入っちゃ
left.
っ
This
て。
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the
これ結構
employee
前
lounge
のゲーム
first,
じゃない？
just to
あ、知っ
admire
てる？
it.
なんか有名らしいね。
Yes, this room.
俺
But
このゲーム
eager
知ら
to
なか
get
った
back
わ。
to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
なんかさっき落ちたか
Stanley
ら、
was so bad at following directions, it's
あ、そ
incredible
う
he
なんだ。
wasn't fired years ago.
多分それのアップデ版かな。
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but
多分
you
ちゃんとした実況者
all
だっ
this
たら
time.
すごくなん
There's
か
someone you've been neglecting,
楽しく実況し
Stanley.
そうだよね。
Someone you've forgotten about. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of
めっ
this,
ちゃ文句言って
but
くる
I
じゃんこいつ。
really do
俺も文
want
句止
to
まんねえよ。
help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
視聴者に
Now
こびる
listen
のがうまい
carefully,
配
this is
信者はいい
important.
感じで実
Stanley
況で
walked
きそうだ
through
ね。
the red door.
言い方。
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through
ナレ
the
ーション
red
英語なのが
door.
ちら裏向
I
け
still
じゃな
don't
い
think
な
we're
と思った
communicating properly. Stanley walked
確かに。
through the red door.
ナレーション英語
Fine,
ね。
go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's
あ
out
あ、ま
there?
た
You want
起き
to
た。
find out what lies at the end of
マウ
this
スが切
road
れた。
you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
マウス動かなくなった。いいや。キーボードでやろう。キーボードにもマウスついてるから。
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what
Yeah,
you'd wanted?
more.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
めち
You
ゃくちゃ
not
怒ら
think
れ
I
て
put
る。
a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game
そ
better?
んなに文句
What
言わ
did
れ
you
る？
want to see? Vehicles? Skill
でっかい
trees?
キーボー
Work
ドを
with
無理
me.
やり
You've
動
given
か
me
してるの想
absolutely
像しちゃ
nothing
った
so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some
電池切れかな
feedback.
このマウス。
There we go. A third option.
なんだよ
This
もう。
already
不足
feels
をプレ
leaps
イヤー
ahead
に
of
責
where we
任
were
転嫁してく
before.
るゲーム
Go
やっ
ahead,
てます
Stanley.
か？
Take it for a spin.
多分そう。
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real
めんど
critical
くさ、これ。
feedback here.
5回やんなきゃいけないのこのパターン。
A one? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a one? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
何？
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
俺が文句言わなく
す
ても。
いません、お話しいただいてもいいですか？怒っちゃった。
Yes.
俺が何も言ってないのにめちゃくちゃ文句言ってるな、この人。俺に対して。
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is
全
about?
然違う画面になったけど。
What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
どうせ大して中身ないんだろうなっていうのがわかるから。
Oh no. No, 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 it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any...
外出てやっただけいいよね、俺。
We avoided it.
もう家から一歩も出ない選択肢取ろうと思ったもん、今。
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with warmth.
家から一歩も出ないっていう選択肢、多分作ってないんだよね、このゲーム。考慮してないと思うから。一応ゲームが進行するようにしたと思う、これで。
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to
どっ
run
かからもら
around
っ
in.
た
There
無
isn't
料のプ
any
リセットみたいな。
possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
いや、足場、あれだね。ちゃんと
Okay,
芝
so
生
what
歩くとシャ
exactly
コシャ
do
コっ
we
ていう
do
ね。
here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
おい、どっかで見たな、このゲーム。これ点入れてやるよ。これ多分何もしないっていう選択肢あるだろうな。
Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw
いや、
adrenal
なさそうだな、
pleasure,
これ多
then
分。
surely
ボールに触ろうが触る前が
multiple balls makes for
変わ
an
んなそうだ
even
な。
more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes. Oh goodness,
や
that
っぱな、
really does
これ多
feel
分
amazing,
用意
doesn't
して
it?
ないな。触る方も
Stanley,
触らない
I'm
方
like
も
a。child in a confectionery shop.
両対応の
I
文章にな
simply
ってる。
have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
なんかね、文章が両対応のところはね、多分選択肢が一本道になってんだよね。だから選択肢、文章が
Are you enjoying this, Stanley?
なんか
Are you having fun?
もう一個選択肢があるんだなっていう文章のところは
Well, I sure
分
hope
岐に
you're
なってる
having
か
a
ら、
good time because guess what? It's over.
それが現れるたびに
That's
全部
right.
分岐になってる
Your
か
little
ら、
fun comes to an end. This is
手
my
抜き。
game, and what I
そう
say
だね。
goes.
ここに関してはかなり
You
手
get
抜き
to
だ
have
ね。
fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need
あ、多分これ
someone
ボ
like
タッチ
me
してて
to
も変わ
set
んないね。
boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with
よ
something.
く喋るな。
After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
30秒ぐらいかな。1分かな。30秒じゃなさそうだな。1分かな。5分かもしんないけど。たけしの挑戦状だったら30分だか1時間だからな。宝の地図。それか、どっかに道ができてて進めるか。道ができてて進める可能性はあるな。
出ねえぞってマイクに叫びましょう。
あんま出ねえぞ。
Hold on.
道か。
What are you doing?
道があった。時間じゃなかったね。
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
ただただ落ち続けるのかな。うん。なんだ分岐なのか何なのか。いや、ただ道が分かれてるだけかな。マウスが死んじゃったからちょっとめんどくせえな。キーボードのマウス硬いから動かしづらい。道がない。勝手に進んだ。
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now.
マウスの電池の開け方どうやんだっけな。
And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it, he'll understand soon what
な
I
ん
was
かこ
trying
の
to
辺だ
tell
った気が
him.
するんだよな、電池。
He needs
あ、
me.
できた。
Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to
炭
make
酸か。
sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am.
ちょっと炭
That is
酸
what
電
I
池
mean
取ってく
to
る
this
わ。
world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
よいしょっと。よいしょ。炭酸電池を、これで治るといいな。治んなかったらもう、このマウス壊れてる。治った。ただの電池切れだった、マウスの。
All of his co-workers were
結局
gone.
何だったん
What
だろ
could
う。
it mean?
なんか普通に終わったのか
Stanley
な、さっきのエン
decided
ディ
to
ング
go
は。
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
先に
it.
なんか
The lounge was sublime,
違う
a
方の
work
選
of
択肢で選ん
art.
だから。
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
ここ長そうだな。
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley.
多分こっちがこの道を選んだ正ルートなんだろうけど。
To put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
真っ暗。
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do.
何よ。なんか
Stanley, is that you?
動けない。
Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now I want you to come in and tell me
なん
all
なんだよこの
about
ゲ
your
ーム。
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you?
このナレーターマジ一人で楽しそうにしてるな。
Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
OK。
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
少しはプレイヤーの運
Look
動
at
に
him
合わ
there,
せてほし
pushing
いっす
buttons,
ね。
doing exactly
そうだ
what he's
ね。
told to
温度が
do.
ね。
Now he's pushing a button.
難しいんだよな、こ
Now
れ。
he's
温度上げん
eating
の。
lunch. Now he's going home.
なんかもうナレーションが一人で楽しくなっちゃっててさ、
One might even feel
ゲーム
sorry
作っ
for
てる側
him,
も多分、
except that he's chosen this life.
まあ、楽しいんだろうけど、
But in his mind,
このゲーム
ah,
どん
in
だ
his
け分岐あ
mind,
る
he
んだ
could
よ
go
ー
on
って。
fantastic adventures. From behind his desk,
ほぼほぼ聞いてるだけだからそんな熱くならないんだよな。
Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown. Fantastic
それよりもさ、こっちが思ってることはさ、あと、あそことあそこの分岐が残ってるな、早く埋めたいなとしか思ってないから、ゲーム純粋に楽しんでないんだろうな、俺が。
And so he began to fantasize about his own
普通
job.
のプレイヤーだったらなんだ
First,
ろ
he
う、この
imagined
文
that
章を
one
聞
day
い
while
て、
at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his
楽しくなん
coworkers,
のか
his
な。
boss, everyone in the building
このナレー
had
ション
suddenly
面白いって
vanished
なんのか
off
な。
the
それ
face
と
of
も
the earth.
先が気になるってなんのかな。
Excited him terribly.
どうなんだろうな。どういう気持ちでやるんだろう。
He went
普
further.
通の人は。
He
この
imagined
ゲ
that
ー
he
ムを。
came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door.
俺は早く埋めたいって思っちゃってるから良くないのかもな。
Decisions would mean something that was almost too wonderful to behold.
早く伝統に埋めてえなって思っちゃってるから。
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and
なるほどね。
mouse
結構な
controls.
部位の配信
And
の
down
流
another
れあ
was a
ります
yellow
か？
line that
あ
ran in
あ、
many directions.
それは
And down
確かに
another
そう
was
い
a
う方が
game
向い
with
て
a
るのかもしれ
baby.
ない。
And he called it the Stanley Parable.
押
It
さ
was
せるのは
such
何
a
なんだろうな、このボ
wonderful
タンを。
fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be?
ああ、
Perhaps if
V
he
といえば
played
ね、
just one more time.
明日の8時、バイオ4、新井浩太と
But
い
there
う
is no
新しい
answer. How
VTuber
could there
が
possibly be? In reality, all he's
や
doing
るの
is
でおすす
pushing
め
the
です
same buttons he always has.
おすすめっ
Nothing
て
has
まだ見たことない
changed.
から
The longer he spends
手放しに
here,
お
the
すすめしてる
more
けど、
invested
多
he
分面白い。
gets, the more he forgets which life is the
みん
real
なグ
one.
グってチャンネル登録よろしくお願いします。
And I'm trying to tell him this. That
新
in
井
this
浩太は
world
ね、
he can
新井は
never
そ
be
の、
アイドル商
anything
談
but
に
an
も出ます
observer.
か？
That as
アイドル
long
商
as he
談は出ない
remains
な、
here,
多分。
he's slowly
まだ出
killing
ない。
himself.
将来出るかも
But
し
he
れない。
won't listen to me. He won't stop.
新井は新井
Here,
なんだけど、
watch this.
浩太は、
Stanley,
虎
the
っ
next
て
time
書
the
いて、
screen
太郎
asks
の
you
太。
to push a button, do
虎に
not
太い。
do it. You see? Can he
トラ
just not hear me?
に太い
How
荒
can I
井
tell
浩
him in a
太。
way that he'll understand that
VTuber
every
です。
second he remains
男性
here,
です。
he's electing to kill himself?
残念ながら女
How
性
can
では
I
ありま
get
せ
him
ん。
to see what I see? How can I make him look
で
at
も
himself?
かっこいいし可愛いからおすすめです。
I suppose I
ガラ
can't.
ケーガ
Not in the
チムチ
way I
ブイ
want
か
him to.
ガチム
I
チ
don't
かどう
make
かは
rules. I
見てご
simply
らん。
play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley.
チャンネルある
Well, not so
と、
different, I
チャン
suppose.
ネルはあるし、
I'll try
あれ
once
がある、
more to
Twitter
convey this to
アカウ
him.
ントが作られてるから、
I'm compelled to.
それでフォ
I
ローしてあげ
must.
て。
Perhaps, well, maybe this time
伸
he'll
びる
see.
ぜ、きっと。
Maybe this time. And I tried again.
死んでください、す
Stanley
げえ
pushed
な。
a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
話全然聞いてなかったけど、今のはどういうストーリーだったの？
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
結構
Stanley
埋めてる
decided
け
to
ど、あ
go
んま
to
り
the
実績
meeting
出ない
room.
な。
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps
こ
he
れ
wanted to
ね
stop by the
あっちの
employee
分岐が
lounge
多かったんだよな。
first, just to admire it.
この後の
Standing
分岐
now
が多
in
く
his
てさ、
incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
まあさっきの
Stanley
さ、
was so
5
bad
択の
at
スイッチ
following
もやんなきゃいけ
directions,
ないの
it's
かどうか怪しい
incredible
し
he
さ、
wasn't fired years ago.
あれ5択のやつスイッチあるとしたら超めんどくせえぞ。
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten
アライ
off
グマ
on
で
the
す。
wrong foot
コータって
here.
虎って名前なの
I'm
にアラ
not
イグマ
your
なんだよね。
enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove
これ
it.
これこれ。
Let
こ
me
れが
prove
ね、
that I'm on your
さっ
side.
き青青青で
Give
言
me
ったんだけ
a
ど、
Now
ま
listen carefully, this is important.
あ赤、
Stanley walked through the red door.
まあ、まず赤なんだけど、次が
Oh, thank God you are
青
willing
赤
to
も
listen
残
to
ってる
me.
し、
You
青
say
青
that
赤
I
も残って
really
る。
have wanted you to
だ
be
よね。
happy all this time.
あ、違う
The
か。青青
problem
青
is
選
all
んだ
these
のこれさっき。
choices.
青青
The
赤
two
と
of us
青
always trying
青
to get
赤。
somewhere that isn't
何かが
here.
残ってるのか。
Running and running and running just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I just
これも
I
ね、
wanted to
逆走
stop.
も残ってんだよ
I
な。
would we would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
いやでもこれ、あれ関係ないか。これ関係ないな、
Well, I think I
逆
have
走
a
は。よかった。
solution.
1個潰れた。
Here, let me show you.
一応入らないって選択肢も少し考えてみるか。左右対称か。両画面見るのは無理だよな。多分これどっち入っても同じフラグだと思うけど、万が一これでこっちの扉とこっちの扉それぞれに分岐があったら相当めんどくさい。もうどっちに入ってるか記憶できないし、記憶っていうかわかんないしね。目印がないから。多分これ左右対称になってるから、さすがに作ってないと思うけど、また人に入るか。ロード挟むか。
What do we want? What are we looking for?
じゃないか。下がんのも無理。
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel. No, wait. Where are you
うわ、
going?
また2択あるよ。もうめんどくせえな。
Right. Where were we?
まあ変わんないから、これ多分。外にいてもこっちにいても。
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if
いや、
you
どうだろ
die,
うな、
the
これ。
game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
ああ、ここで待つ選択肢もあるっぽい
Good,
な。
good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay
セリ
here.
フが変わるけど多分分岐は2つしかないな。下がるかここで待ったの2択しか。 いや、関係ない。セリフが用意されてるだけでどっちにしろ向こう行かなきゃいけないのかな。わかんねえ。どうだろう。背景変わってるから、こっちにもフラグあるかもしんない。どうだろうな。
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. Are you... You are going to stay here, aren't you?
どうだろう。わかんねえな。汎用的にいくつか用意してるセリフをランダムで流してるだけっぽいから。
なんすか
なんすか。あ、セリフ尽きた。ランダムじゃねえな、これ。いくつか用意しといたセリフを流してるだけで。あ、じゃあ、分岐ないな。多
You
分こっ
heard me
ち。
before, didn't you?
行くしかないんだな、こ
You
っちに。
will die! What about this isn't
それ
getting
ちょっ
through
と
to
高い
you?
やつですよ。
え、高いやつこのゲームです
Please,
か？
no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
めちゃくちゃ焦ってるけども。ああ、そういうこ
Please,
とか。
Stanley, think about what you're doing.
死ぬしかないってそういうことか。一応もう一回戻って何か起きないかを調べて、起きなかったら自殺して終わりでいいか。もう血が流れてる。関係ないか。分岐なさそう。あ、でも色変わってる。ダメだ、もうセリフが出てこなくなった。
宇田さんはカツアゲされたけどオナホしか持ってないずんだもんを見ていない。
よ、あ、見てないわ。ずんだもんのセリフか、それ。させてなかった。見てなかったから。させてないっていうか、元ネタ知らなかった。ずんだもん。
見てくださいよ。
忘れてました。
No!
ああ、生きてる。
Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
なんか足遅くなってるな。何これ。なんか気になる絵が描いてある。なんだもん。なんかね、ロー IQ っていう、
There. See?
なん
This
か
is what you
VTuber じゃないな。
want. This
な
is
んか
where we
動画
can
があるんだけ
both
ど、
be happy. We
うちの
really
妻が
can. If we
その
stop
ロー
moving,
IQ っていうの
we
をす
just
ごい
have
見
to
てて、
stop moving.
なんかそのずんだもんの声真似をしてて、すげえ似ててびっくりした。こんにちは、ロー IQ ですっていう、まあずんだもんの普通のセリフなんだけど、
Stanley, go back.
それ
There's
を
nothing good that
真
can
似してる
come from this.
声がめちゃくちゃ似ててちょっと面白かった。今日は熊のデスゲームのなんだっけな、熊のデスゲーム会場の
おっちゃうさ
ケーキを
んもずん
作るのだ
だもんですもんね。
お茶さんずんだもんかもしんない。なんとかなのだっていうのがね、すげえ似てるんだよね。声高い女の人だったら誰でもできるのかもしんないけど、ちょっと面白かった、それが。
あぎり散歩のずんだもんの真似もしてもらいましょう。
あぎり散歩。へえ、そういうのがあるんですね。
No.
聞いてみようか
No,
な。
what are you doing, Stanley? Do you just not believe me?
多分
What
でき
can I
ますよ。
say to convince you?
これ、もう一回やったら死ぬかな。死んじゃうかい。死ぬか、一回。生きてたわ。
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
あ、下ネタなので
Yes.
慎重にね。
Perhaps you can.
それは嫌がるかも
Perhaps
し
you
んない。
finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see. You'll
分かって
see
く
that
れ
we
るはずで
can't
す。
be
ここを
happy
離れたら
if we
私たちは
leave
幸
this
せになれないっ
place.
て。
You can see that, can't you?
だってその分岐がないじゃん、ここ。てかこれ、落ちてもまだこんだけ、
No.
このスピードで歩いてるからさ、死ねないね、多分。あと1、2回落ちたぐらいじゃ死ねない。しかも多分、足から落ちたらさ、階段登れなくなるから
My
さ、
God. Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally
階
willing
段
to
登れな
kill
くなったら
yourself
自
to
殺もで
keep
きな
me
くなる
from
ね、
being
このゲーム
happy.
で。
Am I reading the situation correctly?
長えな。
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
何回かの飛び降りで部屋に戻るとか、部屋に一切戻らないで飛び降りるとか、そういう分岐はないといいんだけど。
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
すげえ寂しそうにリスタートした。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
一応赤、赤、
Stanley was so
青や
bad
る
at
か。
following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
いや、青、赤か。青、赤一応
Look,
やるか。
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really. I'm
同じかな、選
I
択しても。
realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
向こう行け
There's
ねえのかな、こ
someone
れなん
you've
と
been
かして。
neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on
さ
your
っき
side.
が赤だ
Give。me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
手前
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
青、
Oh,
赤だよ
thank
ね。
God you are willing to listen to me.
そしたら次
You
青、
see
青、
that I
赤か。
really have wanted you to be happy all this time.
あ、同じっ
The
ぽいな、これ
problem is all。
意味
these
なかった。
choices. The two of us always trying to
お
get
はよ
somewhere that isn't here.
う。ベルトさん、遅い時間に来る
Running
な。
and running just the way you're doing right now. Don't you
何時
see
に寝
it's
て何時に
killing
起きてるの？
Stanley? I wanted to stop.
どういう生活なんだ？
We would both be so much happier if we
あ
just
ー、日夜勤
stopped.
いいな。
And
も
I
う寝
think,
ますよ。
well, I think
い
I
や、ダメ
have
で
a
しょ。
solution.
ここまで来たらもう寝なくていいっしょ。
Let me show you.
寝ないで日夜勤。これ多分分岐ねえな、この後。
What do we want? What are we looking for?
まあ一応最速の、
Yes. Oh,
最
it's
速の自害だけはやっとく
beautiful,
か。
小田さんも
If we
対抗
just
して
stay
神トラ
right
やり
here,
ます
神
right
トラや
in
っちゃ
this
う？
moment with no, wait, where are you
神トラ
going?
はね、楽しすぎるから全然ありなんだよな。
Oh
じゃあ
no,
小田さんは寝ない
stay
で
away
水
from
戸
those
黄門
stairs.
ね。
If you hurt
今
yourself,
水戸黄
if
門や
you
ってるじゃん。
die, the game will reset.
見ての通り
We'll
水戸
lose
黄門
all
だ
of
よ。
this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh,
あ、これ関係ないな、多分。
no, no, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
神ゲ
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. My God.
ー。同じだな、これ
Is。this really
あ
how
の部屋
much
に
you
戻る意味な
dislike
んもなか
my
った。
game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
時間無駄にしたな、
Am
さ
I
っき。
reading the situation correctly?
じゃあ N ケンさんにも送るからトロコンしてください
Maybe
ね。
you're just getting a
そう
kick
そうだ。
out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a
いっ
choice
た、
after
このゲー
all.
ム。
Well, this one is yours.
消え。
まあ、2000円ぐらいだったら、よくできてると思う。2000円のゲームじゃないってい
It's
うか
going。to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
あ、これ、
2000ちょいっす
あ、
ね。
2000中か。まあ、なら、すごいと思う。
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit.
フルプライスでこれだったら、
He
ちょっ
hoped
と
it was. He
ちょっ
hoped
となって
very
思うけど、
much that it was.
まあそれでもね、ゲーム作るのってすごい大変だから、すごいと思うけどね。
Stanley came
こ
to
の
a
ゲーム
set
2000
of
円作
two
ってるのは
open
相
doors.
当す
This
ごいと
was
思うけ
not
ど、
the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he
ゲ
wanted
ーム
to
ってちょっ
stop
と
by
漫
the
画に似てる
employee
よな。
lounge
ほんと、
first, just to admire it.
売れないとマジかわいそうっていうところ
The
が。
lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
最後に赤、赤、青やって、
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't
ダメだ
fired
ったらエ
years
スケープ
ago.
でやり直せばいいや。
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy.
あのさって
You
ル
really
ックな
are
んだ。
not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact
話
is
しか
that
ける
the
ときにルックって
story
言う
has
か、
been
外人っ
about
て。
nothing but
ナビ
you
も言ってたしな。
all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something
神ト
beautiful.
ラ。
Look, let me prove it. Let
神
me
トラが待
prove
ってるよ。
that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully.
俺
This
は
is
メイゾンさ
important.
んのティアキンより先に
Stanley
神トラを
walked
クリアする。
through the red door.
神トラね、マジで面白いからね、
Perhaps
何
you
回でもできる
misunderstood.
ね。
Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating
これさっ
properly.
きあれだよな。
Stanley
青行ったら、
walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are
あ、
willing
変わんねえ
to
な、こ
listen
れ多
to
分。
me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running
わ
and
かる。
running just the way you're doing
今や
right
ってるから
now.
ね。
Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both
見ての
be
通り
so
よ。
much
見
happier
とこうも。
if we just stopped. And I think, well,
最
I
近
think I
冷
have
凍
a
たい焼き買って
solution.
さ、
Here, let me show you.
なんかね、訳あり品っていうのがスーパーに売ってて、まあ多分形が悪いとかそういう感じなんだろうけど、何あ、形が悪いとかなんかそういう感じの訳ありたい焼きっていうのが安く売ってて、それ買ったらめちゃくちゃ美味しくて。
Hmm.
ちょっとね、訳あり今川焼きも売ってたからね。
訳ありな配信。
違う違う違う。訳あり今川焼きも買っちゃおうかなと思った。でも今川焼きカスタードクリームの方が好きなんだけど、それあんこしか売ってなかったんだよね。訳あり品。
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
お焼きです
Yet
よ。
there was not a single person here
いや、
either.
今川焼き。
Feeling a wave of
絶対に譲
disbelief,
らない。
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's
もう何
office.
の分岐埋めてねえか忘れちゃったよ。
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single
これ進んでも意味ないんだっ
moment
け？
for
い
no
や、ある
reason
か。
at all. None of it made any logical
あ、ループしてるだ
sense.
けか。
And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
役
Why
割
did
たい焼
doors
きは
close
何味でした
automatically
か？
behind him wherever he went?
役割たい焼きは
And
ね
for、
あ
that
んこ。
matter, these rooms were starting to
粒
look
あん
pretty
かこしあん
familiar.
か忘れた
Were
け
they
ど、
simply repeating?
あんこ入っててね、
No,
超美味しかっ
Stanley
た
said。to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real.
そこで一
And
個
at
思ったの
last,
は、
he came to the conclusion
たい焼きってもしかし
that
て
had been
お
on the
店
tip
で
of
買
his
う
tongue.
1個100円の
He
たい
just
焼きとかっ
hadn't found
て
the words for it. I'm
実はそんなに
dreaming.
あんまり味変わんないから
This is all a dream.
買わなくていいんじゃないかって思った。
What a relief Stanley felt.
わざわざお店
Finally
の
found an answer,
たい焼き買わな
an
くていいんじゃないか
explanation.
なって思ってき
His
て、
co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
ちょっと次回以
Thought to
降、
himself, I
お店の
suppose I'll
体
wake
育買う
up
か悩ま
soon.
しいよね。
I'll have to go back to my
今川
boring
焼きやカ
real
スタード
life
クリームと
job
か
pushing
味の
buttons.
違いがあるから
I may as well enjoy
ありだ
this
けど、
while I'm still
たい焼きって
lucid.
大体あんこだからね。
So he imagined himself flying and began to gently
あ
float
冷凍でいいやっていう。
さんが言ってたんすけど説
Then
明書
he
のないプレス
imagined
テの
himself
釣りゲー覚
soaring
えて
through
ますか？
space on a magical starfish.
なんだっ
And it
け
too appeared.
?PS
It
の
was
釣りゲ
so much fun, and Stanley
ーあった
marveled
っ
he
け
had still not woken
覚えて
up.
ね
How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's
どれ
head.
だろうな。
One he was amazed he hadn't
どれ
asked
っていうか
himself
なんだ
sooner.
ろうな。
Why
覚えてないわ。
is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being
他になんか
considered
特
by
徴があれば
Stanley,
思い出すかも
who
しれ
found
ない
it
けど、
particularly
忘れてた俺
strange.
は。
I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
説明
And
書
while
な
he
くて
thought
済
it
ん
all
だって
very
言って
odd
ました
and wondered if this voice spoke
なん
to
だ
all
ろ
people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it
う
be?
覚えてないわ。
Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
最近アシュラジ見てねえ
He
な
felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up.
そもそも最近 YouTube 自体見る量減ってるからな、見る時間。
I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the
デグー
buttons.
のチャンネルとかは見てるけど、
It's all I want.
魚に餌あげる動
I
画
want
と
my
デグーのチャン
apartment
ネルは見てる
and
な。
my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal.
最近は何してるんす？
最近ね、仕事ちょっと量増えてるかな。
I am okay.
プログラム組んだり。Twitter のアプリとかがね、ちょっとバージョン2になったりしたからね、それの対応なんとかできないか調べてたけど。
Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real.
あ、
Please,
FC2 だよね。
just someone tell me
PC2 じゃ
I'm
ないよね。
real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who
これ
am
でもうるせえな。
I?
音量下げよう。
And everything went black.
ごめんね、このゲームの音量下げるわ。
This is the story of a woman named
こんぐらい
Mariella.
にしよう。あ、だ
Mariella
募
woke
集
up
す
on a
る時
day
間
like
が
any
遅いで
other.
有名な
She
宇田さん。
rose,
あのね、
got
ずれてきちゃ
dressed,
ってる時間が
gathered
単純に。
belongings, and walked to her place of
あ、
work.
これ見たな、このエンディング。俺夜型になってきちゃってるからね、遅くなっちゃってるんだね。昨日も朝6時ぐらいまでやったし、スマブラ。主練さんが、あ、朝4時ぐらいか、昨日は。主練さんがね、付き合ってくれたからね、ずっと対戦してた。ちょっと上手くなった、
When
俺。
Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
こっち大体埋めたかな。
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
メルトさんやる
Stanley decided
今
to
から
go up to his
全然いい
boss's
よ、俺。
office. Hoping he might coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
これ大体埋めたな、ここ。
いや寝ます。
マジでもう寝んの？なんだっけ
Standing into his
2845だっ
manager's
け
office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
ケア金がなければな。
Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even
ケア
have a
金
single
な
minute
あ、
to
俺
just
もやり
let
てえ
the
な。
narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
仕事なければずっと手勤やってるしな。
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
手勤買う金あったら味噌菌買い占めるっしょ。
味噌菌なんだよな。味噌菌売ってねえんだよ、俺の地域。しょうがないから味噌菌じゃないなんかどうでもいいカップ麺買ったけど後悔した。そんなに美味しくなかった。いやまあ美味しいんだけどね、カップ麺だから。一定の美味しさはあるよね、カップ麺って。まあでも美味しくないカップ麺は存在するな。たまにある。なんかもう覚えてない。何美味しくないから二度と買わないから。
スマブラは番数 VIP にして次の VIP 入れるキャラ探してます。
なんだろうね。何を入れてないかによるけど。あ、そうなんだ。もう一回セブン見てこよう。うちの近くのセブン。入荷日に行ったらね、入荷してなくてね。ちょっと早すぎた、あの時は。
プリンでしょ。
プリンおすすめだよ。あ、これ上ってルートあったんだ。気づかなかった。
Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well,
何入れてないの？
I just can't wait
今
to
番
find
数とイ
out.
カ以外は未 VIP ですね。
あ、じゃあたくさん選択肢あるね。半分ぐらいは簡単にいって、なんだろうな、苦労したっていうキャラはあんまり、なんだろうな、逆に苦労しなかったキャラだったら、ドンキーとか楽だったな。ドンキーとかはかなり早く。最初は負けるけどね、どのキャラもやっぱりね。最初は絶対負ける。メタナイトとかもちょっと苦労したかな。俺 X のメタナイトに引っ張られすぎて、なんか全然違うキャラになったから。
重量系は比較的楽そう。
うん、楽。ガノンとかもすげえ楽だった。あ、ごめん、話聞いてなかった。何するって言ったこれ、主人公。重量級は楽だね。
オンライン久しぶりにやるとラグすぎてなえません。
まあ、わかる。オフラインをあんまりやらないから、まあいいんだけど、それしか選択肢ないから、オンでやってるんだけど、まあ、他のゲームと比べちゃうとね、すげえラグいなって思う、このゲーム。KOF とかさ、もうロールバックだから全然ラグないからさ、KOF とかやった後にスマブラやると、さすがにちょっとラグいなって思っちゃうね。それしかやってなければ多分気づかないんだろうけど。
オンでなえるハールカプ思い出しますね。
R カップはそうだね。もう無理だった俺はオンでやんの。まあちょっとやったけど。それなりにはやったけど。なんか出てきた。プリーズホールドって言うんだ。待っててほしい時って。
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, no, wait. No, I need more time to process.
何なんだよ。マウス動かせないの面白いな。このシーンでやると、マウスが強制的に中央に戻される。
Alright. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
選択肢はエレベーターの下行く以外ないから、上行って下行ってを繰り返す以外ないのか。分岐ねえな、ここ実質。
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
よく喋る。
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't
あれだよ、リンクでも入れれば、メルトンさん。
It's so precious.
まだ起きてるかわかんないけど。
So fleeting. Why don't we
リンク
take
楽しい
this
よ。
elevator ride nice and slow?
ホムヒカとね、リン
There
クは
we
楽しい。
go. Isn't this so much more exciting?
DLC 楽しい。勇者とかも
It
楽
seems
しいし。
like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly
勇
and
者は
frequently
ね、
as
結構
possible.
すぐ VIP に入ったけど、俺 VIP 入ってからも遊んでたわ、勇者で。
Flung right in their
面白かっ
faces
た。
from the very
ジョーカー
moment
もそうだ
that
ね。
things
VIP
get
入れてからも
started.
しばらくやった。
But where's the tension?
楽しかったから。
Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual
ティアキ
reveal?
ン終わったらやりますわ。
This is storytelling.
ティアキンがあるから
What
な。
you and I are doing right
神トラやね、
now.
神トラ。
This is the most exciting narrative
ティアキン
to、be
神トラやってないでしょ、
developed
メ
in
ルトンさ
years.
ん。世代的に多分やってないと思うんだけど、
You're the one who
神
took
トラや
this
んないと
bold
ティアキン理解
step
でき
of
ないよ、多
revisiting
分。
the exact same locations
神
over
トラ
and
の
over. Truly, I
続
mean,
編だから、
this
ティア
is
キンって。
unique and different. It's not
神トラあ
like
りきでできて
anything
る
else
から
out there. You see, I want
神トラやっ
stories that
て、
surprise me,
神トラ
Stan.
2やっ
I
て、
want to have to think.
で、ようやくでき
I
る。
want to be engaged.
あ、不思議な帽子もダメだね、やんなきゃ。
We're being
不思議な帽子も
fed
繋がってる
such
から。
unimaginative drivel all the time,
で、あ
and
とあ
we
れか。
all know it, which is why we're so
不思議の木の実と、
starved for content that makes us feel
不思議の木の実の
sharp
時空の書
and
と大地の書をやんなきゃダメだ。あれクリアして、トライフォースマーク取んないと、ティアキン理解できないわ。あ、まず神トラからやんな。神トラも不思議の帽子も、
神トラはか、その冒険の続編だからそっちも
あ
抑えたいですね。
そうだリンクの冒険クリアしないと無理だ。ティアキン理解できないわ。
ブレスオブザワイルドやってないの？
やったよ、ブレスオブザワイルド。めちゃめちゃやり込んで、もういいやってなったタイミングでハードモードとかいうのが出て、コントローラー投げた。先にそれ出してくれよ。ハードモードで全クリしたかったわ。
を認めない強火オタク。
いやいやいや、俺は優しいよ。かなり優しいけど、でも、さすがにちょっと、さすがにちょっと、ティアキン、神トラやんないでティアキンはちょっと、浅いっていうか失礼ってる人に。ティアキン作ってる人だってさ、嫌でしょ。神トラやってないのに、なんでこの人ティアキン買ってんのってなるでしょ。
さすがにね。
うん、さすがにでしょ。だってね、そういうゲームいっぱいあるじゃん。続編やんないで買われちゃうと困るみたいな。その手のゲームだからね。さすがにちょっと、メルドンさんは、任天堂に迷惑かけてる側になっちゃうから、今、神トラやんないでプレイしちゃうと。それね、あれだよ。つけ麺注文して、麺だけバクバク食べて、美味しくないなって言ってる人と一緒だよ。今のメルトンさん。困んないそれ。
今やりましょう。
やるけど。
神トラやらずにティアキン。わらわらにわかですね。わらわら。
言ってたよね。動画で言ってたよね。神々のトライフォースをクリアせずに、イヤーズ・オブ・キングダムを買う人は、さすがににわかですね。ゲームを制作している気持ちを、制作者の気持ちを少しは考えましょうって言ってたよね。分岐なさそうだな。 なんなんや、このゲームは。人いる人いる。音でけえなんてさ、なんか音量一定にしてくれ。おはよう。おはようって時間じゃなくね？めちゃめちゃ早起きじゃん。あ、終わった。今のエンディングなんだよ。分岐続いてんのか。
時岡はやらなくていいんすね。
あ、時岡はいい。繋がってないから。時岡独立してるから、ストーリーが。時岡はね、すべてのストーリーに繋がってない。何の関係もないね。なんだろうね。もう、あれみたいなもんだから。なんつうんだっけ、こういうの。なんか言葉が出てこない。だから、とりあえずね、時岡独立してるから全然やんなくていいよ。ストーリー関係ないし、主人公まず違えし。主人公とヒロインが全く関係ないから大丈夫。だから今のままだとメルトンさんは、いや、パラレルじゃないな。あ、スピンオフ。間違えた。スピンオフだ。ゼルダのスピンオフみたいなもんだから、時岡は。全然やんなくていい。いや、違う。スピンオフ。思い出したわ。ダ作だし、スピンオフだから、全然売れてないし、時岡。ゼルダがなんか 3D になって文句ばっか言われてたから。
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration? But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one
で、ま
gets to tell him
あ、
what to do, Stanley left from the
このままだとメルトンさんは、
plunge to
つけ
his
麺頼んで、麺だけパクパク食べて、美味しくないっていう人になっちゃうから、それを未然に防ぐために、我々は、ティアキンの前に神トラをやれと言ってる。
の世界線だと売れてない扱いなのか。
いやいやいや、事実だから。事実ベースでしか喋りません。
He made a note to be more careful with. Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
そういえばちょうど物語の核心に触れるケイデンスハイラルも無料体験してましたしね。
ああ、もうね、そう。ケイデンスハイラルもやんなきゃダメだし、ゼルダ無双もやんなきゃダメ。神トラやって、不思議の帽子やって、第一の書、軸の書やって、まあちょっと順番どっちでもいいけど、そこは。やって、神トラ2もやって、で、4つの剣も必要だね。4つの剣マジでストーリーの核心に触れてるから。4つの剣、絶対やんなきゃダメ、あれは。4つの剣やんないで、神トラ語るのは、神トラじゃねえや。ティアーズ・オブ・キングダムは語るのは無理。ちゃんと4つの剣はあれだよ。アドバンスで4人でやるんだよ。友達集めて。今、メルトンさん何もやらないでいきなりティアキンからやろうとしてるから相当やばいよ、それは。桜井さん怒っちゃうからね、そんなことしたら。それでティアーズ・オブ・キングダムをやるのは、さながらアンチというところでしょうって。ゼルダアンチと言っても過言ではないでしょう。
まるでゼルダ博士だ。
マジで大事だから。
ウィ
ー版でやんなきゃダメ。ちゃんとリンクが右手で剣を持ってないとね、スカイウォードソードやったとは言えないから。ダメだよ、そこら辺押さえなきゃ。いや、リンクの冒険はやんなきゃダメだな。リンクの冒険必須だね。リンクの冒険やんないとね、マジでストーリーわかんないから、ゼルダのストーリー。もう全部わかんなくなっちゃうから。ついていけなくなるからね。
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel, an entirely new experience built from the ground up. Why there are so many possibilities? It could go in so
これなんだっけ、デバッグルーム行くルートだっけ。外したな。
初代はやらなくていいですね。
初代もまあやった方がいいね。初代やった方が、まあ、つかみがわかるから。まあ、必須ではあるね。うん、初代は。初代やんないと、まあ、ちょっと語れないところはある。間違えた。シフト5回押したら怒られた。
I haven't quite
風の
nailed
タ
down
クと
what
は
exactly the standing
風タク
title
か。
of
風
Tuesday
タクもや
will
った方がいい
be.
な。
Let's take a
Wii
look
版
at
で。
some of the features I've been
あ、ゲーム
developing
キューブ
for
版で。
it.
絶対ゲームキューブ
I
版、
figured
風タクは。
that if I can loosely
リメイクでぶっ壊れたって言われてるからね。
organize concepts,
リメイクでクソゲーになったっ
surely
て
the
言われてる
game
代
will
表だ
sort
か
of
ら。
naturally spring up around them. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided
あ、
on
こっち
this
行ってね
one.
えな。
I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
あ、俺全然話聞いてねえけど。
Maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
分岐あんのかなこれ。あ、分岐あるっぽいな。
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video.
自殺か？自殺エン
This
ド
is
か。
a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A
これや
stunning
ったっ
leap
け？
forward for video games as a medium.
やってないかこれ。やってないな。一応やるか。多分終わりだよな、これ。
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
G を押すと地上へ戻ります。押さないでおくか。
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than
分
later
岐だな
spectrum
こ
of
れ。
things.
死んでやり直しのエンディングと G で戻ってまた奥に
Okay,
行く。
Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this
いや、作ってないかな、
tactfully,
死ぬ
but
ル
it's
ー
possible
ト。
that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it?
なんかそういう動画あるよね。
Well, that
人
sort
間
of
が
depends on your
下に落ち
definition
続
of
けるとどうなるか
infinite.
みたいな動画。
From one
桜井モノマネ好
perspective,
きだからもっ
the
とちょう
infinite
だ
is
い。
merely philosophical
いい
in
よ。
nature. It's more of a
またタイミングが来たらやるよ。
Okay, well, good for you.
あ、
You
生きてる
found
し。
the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually does before
たい焼き
infinite?
食いて
I figured the
たい焼き
hole
振って
was
こねえ
as
かな。
deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole.
自
and we
分の
can
近
move
所は
on.
よく生え
I'll
てき
just
ます
be
け
up
ど
here
ね。
when you're
たい焼きマジ？
暖かくなって降らなくなってきたね。
たい焼き降ってくんの？何晴れのちグーかなんかの世界？あれだよね、豚のストーリーもさ、そういうのあるよね。なんだっけ、今日の天気は晴れのち豚だっけ？なんかなかったっけ、そういうの。リメイクされたアニメさ、あったじゃん。
天然のたい焼きってありますよね。
泳いでるたい焼き？空に泳いでるのたい焼きって。捕まえて食べるの？あ、晴れ豚だ、晴れ豚。なんてタイトルだっけ？晴れ豚じゃないよね。晴れ時々豚か。あ、晴れ時々豚ね、リメイクされて好きじゃなくなったんだよね、俺。リメイク前の方が好きだったんだよね、俺。なんか全然違うアニメになってちょっとがっかりした。落ちながら動ける。
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite.
話長
Well,
え。
I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no
長いね。
longer feasible to call the hole
長い。
infinitely deep, even by the
お菓子
lax
食べたい。
overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on
昨
here?
日、
Stanley,
う
I
ん
have no explanation for the
冷
uncertain
凍パ
nature
スタ
of
の
the
たらこ
hole's
パスタ
effect.
食べたら超美味しかった。
Let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets
食べ
any
ますか？
shorter.
いや、食べちゃったからさ、もうない
Oh,
んだ
there
よ
it。is. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
タバコが捨ててあるの
You
か、これ。
sure?
タバコちっちゃ。
Well, I mean, I really don't have an
今からたい焼き
explanation.
の
It
養
was
殖
working
始
just
め
but
ましょ
still
う。
nothing.
あ、全然、
Well, I
ね、
suppose,
養殖はしてないけど、冷凍のたい焼きは残ってるからね。食べようと思えば食べられるん
Goodbye,
だよね。
Stanley. You couldn't bear to be
てか、
away from
ヘ
the
ワテ
hole.
なんで
Now you'll
起きて
get
んの
more time with it than you could
早寝
ever
早
ask
起き
for. It's a win for everyone.
驚き
You
の
get
速
to
さ
be
だ。
with the hole. I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
泥酔して寝て逆流性食道炎で起きたよ。
そういう感じか。超早寝、超早起き。いや、まともに寝てないとも言える。ああ、落ちてく、落ちてく。
目覚めすっきり。
すっきりなのか、それ。まあでも嫌でも起きた時って結構すっきりすることあるよな。ふぅ。このゲームは一体何ルートパターンが作られてるんだ。
ちゃんと悪夢見て吐き気催しながら起きれた。
悪夢見るときってさ、なんか熟睡してるみたいな話あるよね。本当かわかんないけど。熟睡してるときほど悪夢見る。なんか脳みその整理がはかどってるのかなって俺は思ってるんだけど、脳みその整理がはかどってるから、悪い部分をそこでなんか脳みそを吐き出してる。ストレスになる部分とか、かなーとかなんか勝手に分析してみたりしてるけど、実際どうなんだろうね。ヤクルト1000が熟睡できる。で、熟睡するから悪夢見るみたいな、そういうのをね、ちょろっとネットで見たけど、なんか脳波の研究してる人とかそういうの分かりそうだよね。海外の脳波の研究してる人とか、睡眠の質について研究してる人とか、知ってそう。詳しく聞いてみたいね、そういう人の話。スタンリーの顔初めて見た。こういう顔してんだ。認識を変えるってなんだよ。
悪夢見てない？これ
悪夢だね、これもう。何通り用意してんだよ。あ、一周した。
Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
あれ終わり？まだ続いた。
Here we are. Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new
今ここにフラグがあって2回喋った。あ、さっきこのキャラクターいたね。ここに。この立ってる人。
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
あと5個集めなきゃダメ。
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
お腹すいた。
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to
何
move
の
on
ゲーム
now?
なのか全く。
ああ、
わ
わからないね。
俺もね、わかんないでやってる。とにかくなんかね、ひたすら分岐が多いってだけ。
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but
その設定だったね、
I
そういえば。
feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in
水
there
戸黄門、
somewhere.
水戸黄
Say,
門し
let's do an
寝ちゃったから。
I'll arrange these
その
new
設定忘れ
features
てた。
together, and we'll see whether or not
水戸
it
黄門し
coheres into a meaningful
ゼルダのゲーム
gameplay
全然やらないでティアキンやろうとしてるから。 浅いぜ。
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the
アサトンさんって呼ぼ
Stanley
う、これから。
Parable 2.
アサトンさん。どうやって行くんだ？
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes. Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this.
見てな
Here
かっ
we
たんだけ
go.
ど。
Version 2.
今度は見てやるか。
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it.
長そうだからちょっと今のうちトイレ行ってくるわ。
With respect, with care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, this is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
ただいま。時間かかっちゃった。何これ、何があった？なんか終わってんじゃん。あれ？こんなことあったっけ今まで。自分の配信見直そう。
なんか終わってるよ。
自分の配信見直そう。
なんか終わっ
どこだ？この辺か。ん？あ、そういう感じ？
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was
たい焼き作ってて、で、ちょっとリオと喋ったりしてたら、
He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed
うん、
buttons on a
う
keyboard.
まい。
Orders came to him through a
遅くなっちゃった。
desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is
たい
what
焼きね、
employee
やっぱ美味しいわ、これ。
427 every day of every month of every year. And
調子に乗って
although
2個作っちゃっ
others
た。
might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one
いってやらかした。
single order had arrived
あ
on
ー
the monitor for
いっ
him
て
to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a
口噛ん
meeting,
だ。
or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this
ああ、口内炎
this
確定だ。
complete
たい焼きいいな。
isolation. Something was
美味しい。
very clearly wrong.
美味しいけど口内炎できた。
Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
ああ、口の中噛むとさ、
All of his co-workers were
爆
gone.
速でマウスウォッ
What
シ
could
ュ
it
しよ
mean?
う。
Stanley
あり
decided
だ
to
な。
go
ちょ
to
っと
the
してくるわ。
meeting. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
大事だよな。
マジで変わる。
できた。よっと、ただいま。そう、マジで変わるよね。俺今ね、ちょっとめんどくさがってね、いいやって思ったけ
Stanley
ど、
picked up the bucket.
やっぱ、やった方がいいわ。 なんか運がいいと全く口内炎できないで終わることあるからね。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
口内炎のなり損ないで済むこと多いよね。
おいおい。
Still no one was here.
マジ大事だよ
Stanley
な。
needed the bucket's
ちょ
warmth
っと
and
ね、
comfort
配信中だからいいやって
now
思
more
っ
than
てたけ
ever.
ど、
Perhaps
ヘ
his
バテンの
boss's
コメントでちょっと目
office
覚めた
would
わ。
find answers.
あ、ちゃんとやろうって思った。ありがと
Coming to a staircase, Stanley
かなりダメージ下がるよね、これ。
upstairs to the boss's office.
う。上って言ってたっけ？あ、こんなのあったね。
One of the miniature Stanley figurines.
うわ、
Remember,
めんどくさい。これ
no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley.
じゃあ今までのルート全部探して
So,
このフィギュア集めるの
I
か。
implore you to savor each and every
だる。
moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
どうしようかな。もう食べるのやめようかな。たい焼き。せっかく2個焼いちゃったけど。マウスウォッシュしたし。でも後で食べてすぐ歯磨こう。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's
出
warmth and
血治
guiding
ったら
light
食べても
pierce
平
but
気派。
Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer
ああ、じゃあそう
will.
す
Was
る
it
か。
the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding
ちょっ
him?
と口が落ち着くまで待って。
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
落ち着いたら食うか。
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
結局口内炎ってさ、この口噛んだ時の口内炎って噛んで出血してる間に菌が入ってそれで起きてるよね。だからここでマウスウォッシュして、リステリンしてきたけど、それでかなり口の中の菌が死んでるから、その間に出血が止まって口の傷口に入った菌が最小限で済んでるからっていうことなんだろうね、多分。
The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
これバケツ持った状態で進むとなんか分岐あんのかな。
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
今どっちって言った？
口内炎と付き合い続けた男を出さん。
そう、俺マジで口内炎、人生口内炎みたいなとこあったから。口内炎にはね、結構詳しいよ。
Enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't
なんか
wish
バ
to
ケツの
do?
せいでセリフ変わってる
What
な。
kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never!
Oh.
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The
今あく
heart
び
of
しま
the
した。
operation.
いやいや、
Controls
してない
able
してな
with
い。
emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking,
今度はくしゃ
eating,
み
working,
出た。
all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality
体
of
の
his power
生理現象
began
が
to
全て
set
出るかも。
in,
くしゃみや
Stanley
首ときたら
decided
次
that this machinery
なんだろう、おならと
would
か。
never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
バ
They
ケット、バケット。
high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking
あー、ガイが
down the
明るい。
system.
え、嘘。あ、本当だ。
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes.
あ、しま
They
った。
had
スタ
done
ンリ
it.
ーの
Stanley
フィギュ
and
ア
the
探してな
bucket
か
had
った。
defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the
Micah.
evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it
セリ
was
フが変わ
one
ってる
they
だけで
lived
内容一緒
together,
か。
with one another to lean on,
バケツでなんか
trust,
分岐あん
to
のかな。
support.
ちょっと今のうちにこのゲームの
Wait,
あれ見るか。
what was happening? Why had the door stopped?
実績。
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part
何これ、
with the bucket.
あかね。
No, no, no. Stanley can't leave
あれ？
this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
もう分岐になっ
Not
て
while
る。
this building has anything to say about it.
バケ
Stanley
ツのせいか。
realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped
11
eternally
個あ
in
るな。
darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
テストアチーブメント、プリーズイグ
He was
ノア。
about to find out.
テストアチーブメント、ディスクリプション、リプレイスディス。わかんねえ。え、何終わった？
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
うわ、バケツありきでやんなきゃいけないの
Stanley
か。
lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
だりえ。バケツのせいで全ルートやり直しかよ。How we can find them. 変わった。表示が。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the
まあ
bucket
先に上
walked
行くか。
upstairs to the boss's office.
さっきの埋めとくか。うん。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the
もう投げない、
bucket
今のうちに。
guiding him?
パチパチパチパチパ
This
チパ
is
チ。
certainly the most logical explanation.
プレイザスタンリープリパー、ちょっと読む。プレイザスタンリー、パラブルか。スタンリーパラブル、for the entry, エンティア、デュレーションオブ、チューズデイ。わかんないけどな、チューズデイ
Stanley
って
and
書
the
いてあるか
bucket
ら。
walked straight ahead through the large door that read mind
Must
control facility.
火曜日にやらなきゃいけないのか。
The lights rose on an enormous room
火曜
packed
日
with
の
television screens.
デュレーションっ
What
てなんだ。
horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
エンティアデュレーション。わかんねえ。この単語見たことないな。
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being
クリッ
videotaped,
クオンドア
monitored like guinea pigs.
430
The bucket had never
Five
seen
times.
anything like this, and it very nearly
413
burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that
5
everything
times っ
would be
てなんだ。
fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's
5回
influence
の
as well?
時間
Had the bucket
430
been told to do
の
things
ドア
it didn't wish to do? What kinds
430 って書かれてるドアを5回クリックするのか。430のドアを探さないといけないのか。ここはスピードラン。complete this Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes、22 seconds。4分20秒以内にコンプリートする。not including ロードタイムズ。ロードの時間は問いません。4分22秒以内にエンディングを見れるルートがあるから、それを探すのかな。なんだろう、一番早く死ぬの。死ぬっていうか、一番早く終わるのなんだろうな。スタンリーフィギュア探してないんだな。
Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
ないね、分岐。分岐じゃねえや。フィギュア。右がオンだったよな、確か。
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along?
一番早く終わるのどれだろうな。
claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
何これ、もう一回押すの。知らないんだけど、これ。分岐変わってるな。
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions.
今のうちに
Had the bucket known this all along?
実績を読み解くか。セットオールセティングス、スライダーズ、インザメニュー、to all the available numbers。わかんねえ。セットオールセッティングス、スライダーズ。すべてのセッティング、設定のスライダー、すべての設定のスライダーをセットする。インザメニュー、メニューの、to で、all the able numbers で、全部の使える番号を使えるようにする。全部の番号を使えるようにする。どういう意味だ？これか。当たってるか。実績だ。
I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A
これ
measly
で1個
5
実績取っ
clicks.
て。
Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants
次
recognition.
スピードランだな。あれ
I have to say, I'm still not
実績
feeling the
取れねえ。
satisfaction of witnessing true effort
これ
from
ダミーか
local
書いてあるの。
pros. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number
417、20
417?
回。417どこ？なくね？あ、これか。え、違うな。ないじゃん、417。騙された？415、416。あった。7、8、9、10、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10。
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
全部やったら実績くれんのかな？ 437どこだ？437、437。あった。
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415。珍しくこのナレーターの言うこと聞いてる。
Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
あれどこだっけ？
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
戻ったよ。騙しやがったな。
The confusion and the chaos all
あ、やべえ、
seemed
取
to
っちゃった。
melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
419なんもねえじゃないか。
Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
なんなんだよ。インプットレシーブド。何これ。おーい。騙した？
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
なんだよ、なんもねえじゃ
The
ん。
door on his left.
わかんねえ、この実績。
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
なんだよ、も
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
進展ないな。管理フィギュアもねえし。お、こんな部屋あったんだ。初めて知った。
Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. Now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends, that your relationship is purely superficial and convenient, that your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner. Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket. As they've changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
何するって？
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
長いね。
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at the sticker and say to yourself, ah,
この分岐に意味があるのかどうかもわかんない
there really
し。
is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
さすがにないか、これ以上は。さすがにないな。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
ああ、ここからもう分岐さすがにないか。
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlets.
長い長い。
What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
あと2個。
ググったらこのゲーム結構評価高い。
He considered the possibility
多分
of
高い
facing
と
his
思う。
boss, admitting
なん
he
か
had
有
met
名
his
らしいし、
during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a
多分
competitive economy, why
実況者に受けがいいと思
all
うし、
because he believed everyone had vanished.
実況しやすいよ
His
ね。
boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
俺にはちょっとあんまり刺さってないけど、
Maybe I am crazy.
やっぱやっててよくで
He
きてる
looked
な
down
と
at the
思う。
bucket in his arms. Am I crazy?
これだけの量の分岐と、
The bucket returned his gaze,
なんか
but said nothing at all.
ストーリーはないけど、中身はないけど、
Stanley thought.
ちゃんとエピソード一個一個に、エピソードとは言えないか。まあ一個一個の分岐にこうやってナレーションつけて、セリフも考えてるから、まあよくできてると思う。
And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his
そろ
bucket.
そろ
And indeed,
タイヤ効くかな。
now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
なるほどね。このカオスな感じを楽しむやつか。
うん。
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one
あ
bucket
とはなん
after
か
the next. None of them were his.
エンディング見るごと
None of
に
them were his special
やれる
bucket.
ことが増えてって、
Come to me, Stanley.
なんか実況者だったら、お、この扉さっき開いてなかったとか、いい感じの反応できると思う。
And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony.
このバケツだってさ、ちゃんとした実況者だったら、いい反応すると思う。
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if
テレ
only
ビゲームって
he'd
書いて
taken
るの
his
に、
bucket with
ナレーションめっちゃビデオゲームって言って面白い。
またダサいに変なゲーム投げつけられたのかと思ったよ。
How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought. And she hugged her own bucket
こ
even
のゲームやる前は、
But of course, she had no
変なゲームやってた
choice.
よ。
There were
フラワーア
a
ドベ
myriad
ンチャー
of
っていう意味
confusing
わかんない
problems
ゲームや
she
った。
would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself. My life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
まあでもこのゲームも大概変なゲームだな。
Gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417? Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437.
ゼルダ新作出たのに変なゲームやらされてるってこと？
いや、やらされてるわけではない。
How about you click on, well, I don't know,
自分の意思でやって
copy
るから。
machine. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're
お金
getting
かかってないから
somewhere.
ね。実はそんなに、あんな、
わらわら。
嫌ではない。
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
お金かかんないからさ、ストレスになんない。これがわかんないな。うん100回クリックとかかな。わかんねえ。なんだろう、これ。なんかこの PC だけ音がするな。ブーンと音が。んわかんねえ。どうやって実績取るんだろう。419のデスク行ってって言われてきたけど。
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
わかんねえ。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
他に変わんないか。
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you
わかんな
see,
い。
if you were to really explore the bucket
とりあえず
destroyer,
バケ
you'd
ツを
see
持っ
that
たら
its
全ての
desire
分
to
岐が変わ
crush
った。
buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10
だから今まで行った場所を
personality
バケツ持った
traits.
状態で行かなきゃいけなく
What
て、
other object in this game can you even say that about?
今ちょっと一個一個潰してってる。
Certainly not. I
まあ
wonder
全
what
通りは
sort of
難しい
bucket
けど。
destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and. The bucket destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
大将お休み。
まだまだ。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
間違えた。ん？あれ？あ、もう間違えてるわ、これ、ルート。やり直しだ。
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he
あ、ダメ
believed...
だ。
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room at the good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket.
連続でリスタートするもあるのか、これ。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found
快
your
速
way.
ゲームオーバーどうや
I
るんだろう
knew
な。
you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of Stanley Parable characters?
ここに分岐作んねえのか。
If you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it for the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and crush.
いや、これは手抜きだろう、さすがに。
The Bucket Destroyer. My pride. All of his co-workers were gone.
やっぱりな。絶対そうだと思った。
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
何もないか。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing. Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator. Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again? No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it until it couldn't be refined a single measure
さっき食べちゃった俺。
When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
あ、変わった。
This was it.
俺さっきたい焼きが朝ごはんだっ
to
た。
win the bucket over.
死に
One
なって書いてある。
opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
たい焼き食い
There
で
was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak.
レン
To
チンたい
listen to
焼
him
き
talk
1個
about what it
30円ぐらい
really means to press the
300円で
number
10個あ
3 on
っ
a
たから
keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the
救急車来
space
てる。
between friends.
俺かな。
And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of
うわ、もう5時半じゃん。終わり？え？お、電話が来てる。どの電話？これか。これ
Hi
か。
Stanley, just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar,
面白いゲームやってると時間が過ぎるの早いですからね。
I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
どうでもいい内容だったな。スパゲティかどうとか。まあ、あながち間違いでもないかも。少なくとも続けられるぐらいにはハマってるから。のめり込んでるかっていうとのめり込んではないけど、結構楽しんでる。ここ行けなくなっちゃったのかな。気になるな。
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture
バケツルート
and
全部終わらせないと
distinction.
もういけないのかな。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
大丈夫ですよ。ちゃんと楽しんでます。やっぱりよくできてるゲームだから、本人に刺さんなくても、ゲームの良さで引っ張ってってくれてる感もあるな。
今ならローズ編も楽しめる。
これは無理。
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
っていうのが、さっきやったよな。で、下行っても終わりなんだよな。
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post
あ
during
れなんだっけな、もう一個やりたかった分岐があるんだけど、覚えてねえな。
economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to
あ、俺
him,
どうやって行ったんだっけな、さっ
that
きの
the
分岐。
employee lounge was simply the place to be.
最初の頃に言ってた分岐の行き方は思い出せなくなっちゃった。
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
エスケープっていうとこ行くのどうやんだっけな。
Back to the meeting room.
思い出せねえ。こっ
And
ち
so
だっ
the two
け
of them
な。
detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
あー、覚えてねえ。どうやって行ってたんだっけ、あのエスケープって部屋。あそこ行きたいんだよな。
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I
What?
knew you'd find this place eventually.
バケツ持ってるといけないのかな。
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together.
うわ。連続でやり直すとかパターン変わんのか。でも乱数か。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
ドッグモードって。
The bucket made Stanley want to
それ
be
で
a
もバケ
better
ツあんの
man
かよ。
and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the car. Good.
Said the bucket. But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
これも違うか。
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very
何パターンあんだよ、このバケツのセリフ。
lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there.
おお、こ
Go
んな
to
道あ
the
った。
cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be
巻き
it.
ぐそと仲が良す
We'll
ぎ
be
る。
different people by then.
ね。
Different in the sense that we used to have none
何
of
な
them.
んだこのバケツ
And
ってもの
now
は。
we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anlarines. None of us can.
うん。これフィギュアって死ぬだけあと。いや、あそこにあるか。
てか巻きぐその読み方なんすかこれ。わら。
ノバがバケツって言われてて、ノバ使いのもっちゃんっていう友達がいるんだけど、なんか、もっちゃんの影響かなんかで、ノバを M 巻きって呼んで、M 巻きを巻きぐそってなぜか呼ぶようになってそうなった。なんでもっちゃんが巻きぐそなんだっけな。なんかほんと大したことじゃないんだけど、2点3点してるうちにそうなったんだな。
なるほど。
うわー、バケツなし必要か。バケツなしでここ行くのとバケツありでここ行くので違うのかな。うわ、バケツなしあるよこれ。どうだろう、バケツなしだったらこの段差に登れないとかあるかな。
Every time I pick it up, no matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so. What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Caporata.
順番逆だろこれ。先にパロディモードやっちゃったような感覚だな。
なんかホラーっぽい。
ね、ホラーっぽさあるけど、先にバケツなしであれをやるべきなんだろうな。
Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
多分バケツなしで先にやるべきだったから、バケツなしも埋めておくか。
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
まあそりゃそうか。
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun from so far off the beaten.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you
バ
and
ケ
me,
ツなしだ
all
と
the
だいぶ変わ
absurd
るな。
adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording. It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
エスケープのところ思い出すね。
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this
なん
was
か
not
最
the
初よくわか
correct
んない
way
エ
to
ンディングやっ
meeting
たんだよ
room,
な、
and
俺。
Stanley knew it
混
perfectly well.
乱エンドだかなんだ
Perhaps
か。
he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just
あ
to
れどうやって見
admire
んだ
it.
ろ
It was
おは
okay.
ようございます。
う。おはようございます。
But
あ
eager
ら
to
ら
get
ら。
back to
有友
business,
さん相変わらず
Stanley
早い
took
ね。
the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
右行ってから地下行くやつっすかね。宇田さん反
かな
逆の物語してるんですね。
反逆の物語っていうのこれ。
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the
あ、これ
office.
あれか。バケツ持ってるといけないのか。
And get
あのエスケ
even
ープは。
further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
あ、違うな。このルート混乱ルートだ
No,
っけ。
not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a
右
minute,
行って
please?
から地下行くっていうのはあれか。右行ってから
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down,
右行ってね、
right.
左行ってまっすぐ行って地下か。
I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley.
かわいい。
Back
うふー この満面にかわいいね曲。元ネタわかんないけどマジかわいいよなこの曲。
We'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't
原
wander
曲
so
が気
far
にな
off
る
track.
今日この頃。
気になりますよねこれ。なんだろ
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
う。
mean?
右地下行ってみるか。
Stanley decided to go to the meeting
あ、
room.
バケツなくなった。
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
バケツなきゃダメじゃん。
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I
あ、これあれか。
I definitely restarted
混乱エンドに向かってんのか。
completely fresh. Everything should be... Or did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold
こ
on.
れも可愛くないですか？
Asking you.
これかわいいか
But
な。
the story...
オトマットだとしても元の曲あると思うから音楽検出系のアプリで調べられないかな。
It's an adventure.
頑張れば調べられるかもしんない。
Let's find the story.
頑張る元気ないよね。フィギュアないかな。フ フィギュアないな。
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
マイナポイントも頑張る元気がない宇賀さん。
忘れてた。もう忘れてたその存在を。
Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
まだ続いてるか。あ、叩けねえ。なんなんだこのコップを。
7個ポイントで受け取って全部味噌金にしましょう。
あ、それにしよう。それだ。で、使い切って捨てよう。7個カード。
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
なんでコップをブーム来たかも覚えてません
Well,
よ。
I'll be honest, I don't
覚えて
recognize
ない
this
わ。
place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story
あ、
took
フィギュ
place
アあ
in
り
an
そう、
office
この
building.
先。
Is that correct?
なんかね、柳生神眼流とかコップとか見てハマったんだよね。
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by what this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
あ、俺このルートやってね。
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this
多分やっ
direction.
てないな。LINE に従うっていう、俺 LINE 無視したもん、前回。
Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there?
LINE 無視したルー
Is the
ト
story of
を
new
やったら
destination
混乱エンド
still
みたいになった
story?
から、
Simply by the act of moving forward, are we
先に混乱エンド埋めてえな。フィギュアがあるかもしれないから。
destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself. Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now we can both agree that the
あ、ダメ
nature
か。
of existence is in fact
そうか、LINE ルートしかないのか。
of
こ
one's
のルート行った
subjective
ら。
experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective
結局
experience
行
of
き
this
止まりで
office,
ライン通り
is
に行
this
きません
office
で
in
したっ
fact
け？
the
そうだった、
skeleton
そう
of
だ
my
った。
own
よく覚えて
relative
ますね。
experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we
一
need
応
right now
チラ
is
チラ
a
フィ
bit
ギュ
of
ア探
music
しながら
to
行った
lighten
方が
the
いいか
mood.
な。これ逆走してるよね、今。やっぱそうか。そう、選択肢ないんだよな、このルート確か。 フィギュアねえし。
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No, no, no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell? Still missing the doors. Did we make a mistake following the line? Perhaps we could have found the story on our own.
どうすんだっけ。
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
不思議だよな。ぶつかってる感じする。
Oh no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere the place where we're trying to go must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this?
いいよね。
The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean
長すぎてコップを1回じゃ足りない。
確かに。いつの間にかコップ終わってるね。
How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
この時間ならコップをフルで流れるのいいですよね。
よし。続きやるか。
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
わからなかったらサンガロー侍一面世界記録出されたから2時間で更新してねじ伏せてるの強者すぎて笑う。
嘘。
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
化け物すぎる。ヒロシさん。
That's her, Stanley.
あ、出ないっていう選択肢をすればよかったな。
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further.
ここ分岐あったっ
He imagined that
け
he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a
なんか分岐なかった気がする、ここ。
and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,000.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his
最後
ego
のフィギュアは
and
ど
then
こに
proceeded onward.
う
Stanley
ん、見
clutched
つ
the
かんない。
bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps Stanley cradled the bucket in a
やべえ、
gentle
エスケープの
embrace,
場所忘れた。どうやって言ってたんだっけ？
assertive yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to
ア
him,
ーカイブを見
telling
る
him
ことす
that
ら
the
できない。
employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned
あ
out to
れ？
be correct? Was no.
この配信中でも一回言ってるから、
Bucket was wrong.
巻き戻せばわかるな。
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
ちょっと巻き戻してみるか。
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there
なんとか
I
なる
need
か
you
もし
to
んない。
do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have
4時
alarmed
間
him,
のア
of
ー
course,
カイ
because
ブ巻き
buckets
戻し
can't
面
talk.
倒くさい
But
ですよ。
Stanley chose not to think
本当だ。
about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
暗い。これか。
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa!
マジか、
Hold on.
こんな
Why
選択肢もあんのかよ。
unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking.
めんどくせえ、
Obviously,
バケットなしもこれやんなきゃダメ
the
か
bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker?
あ、わかった。
Comedic timing.
社長室の奥だ。
I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully.
社長室の奥。
Yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing?
またよくわかんないの始まったし。
How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start
いや、
by
それより
stating
俺
and
この
spelling
電話線
your
引っこ抜
name.
く
Next,
パターンをさっ
provide
さ
a
と終わら
brief
せたい。
synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny"
まん
now.
ない。
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question
大変だろう
reprinted
ね。
several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back. I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be
降りられな
in
くなってる。
stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now.
Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to
行ける場所が減ってる。
The bucket spoke. The
行
bucket
けなくなってる、
spoke.
ここも。
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
めんどくせえ、パターン増やさないでくれ。
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already?
同じか。
No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other
なんだこれ。
prized possessions pale in comparison.
今までにないエンディング来たな。
Let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love
初めてじゃん、これ。
you are.
クレジット流れんの。
Still not... Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so...
スタックロールということはもうクリアでしょ、これ。
もうクリアにしてほしい。ただバケツ持ってるからね。バケツなしのルートもあるかもしれないから。
I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could...
Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the ice. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
打つんだ。マジで行くとこなくなったんだけど。しゃがめる。
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally
しゃがむなんてあったんだ。
Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Ah, 旅。
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. Oh no, what's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say, do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Escape.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
寝てた。
Can you see how arrogant it was for
俺も一
Stanley
瞬
to
寝て
take
ま
a
した。
bucket like this
寝ちゃうよ
and
ね
to
これ。
claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
時間がね。
ね。
No man can own a bucket.
ちょいちょい寝ちゃう
Certainly
な。
not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
やべ、寝てた。
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take his place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
'All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
やべ、寝てた。なんて言ってた。眠っ。 ね
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
寝ちゃうな、ちょいちょい。
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for. Nope. Still on board with death? At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion, Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise. He reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
こんなんあったっけ。
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
一番フィギュアありそうだな、ここ。でも、もう頭働かねえ。
Poor level design, textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you being you, you're Stanley pushed. Gonna make this easy on you.
眠。ちょいちょい寝ちゃうな。
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
フィギュアねえな。眠。ダメだ、寝ちゃう。
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit.
おはよう。おわ。いいか、おはよう。あ、俺はもう眠いから。寝ようから。ああ、限界だ。眠い。ああ。お。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
眠い。
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417。 ジェッパね、簡単だわ、あれ。直撃に関しては
Great. Now,
難しい
go
けど、
click a few times on door 437.
普通のキルは簡単だね。爆風範囲広くなったおかげで。
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
115。
Now, back to door number 437.
あ
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting
最近はラ
somewhere.
ピデコなんですか？
あ、そうだね。
Okay, now go climb on employee
419
419's desk.
単純に頭使いたくないからラピデコ使ってるだけだね。楽だからね。わかんねえ、この419の机の何すればいいのか。
Yes,
あ、
this is
乗る
great.
のか。
You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it. Now the copy machine, do
例
that
のコ
one
ピー
again.
結局数こなさなきゃいけなくて、数をこなす、X マッチの数をこなすのが、もう何の武器でもいいやと思ってラピデコを使ってる。
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430.
確かに脳に優しそう。
Yes,
お、
we did
実績
it.
とか。
Oh wow, that felt amazing.
ラピデコはほんと手抜いてもね、勝てるから、まあ勝ってるじゃないんだよな。
I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was
自分はやっぱ
worth
疲れるんだね、ほんと、
Really?
やってて。
What were you thinking?
ラピデコを使って、明らかに勝率いいのに、明らかに言ったとまああれだけど、どんどんポイント下がってくから受ける。
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere.
ラピデコ使い始めてからマジポイント下がった。勝ってんのに。悲しいよな。
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
あ
to
あ、
his
ついて
chest
ないね。
and
しょうがない
entered
そ
the
こは。
door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him
なん
that
か
the
ね、
employee lounge was simply the place to be.
2勝3敗ですげえ20とか30とか引かれるから、もうしょうがないね。
Never mind.
我慢だね。
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to
2
go
勝
back
3敗って結構頑張って抑えてると思うんだけどね。
and so the two of them detoured
3連敗しちゃうこともあるけどね。
最初は泥水すすって連動上げる必要あるから仕方ないっすね。
まあ、ちょっとね、全然足引っ張ってないせいでなんか、反省するの難しいんだよな。まあ、たまにあるけどね、やっぱ。10回に1回ぐらいはあるかな、足引っ張ること。どうなんだろうな。むずいね、反省するのが。やるだけやって、だいたい、まあ、こんなもんかって感じの。バトルナンバーワンもかなり多いし。
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
あれがきついね。やっぱでも絶対勝てないなっていう試合で、
Yes, this is certainly
試合がきついね。
the logical explanation.
まあこれはもう相手の方が強くて絶対勝てないなって試合があるから、まあそれはもうしょうがないんだけど、それで普通になんかマイナ30とかマイナ40持ってかれると来るね、やっぱ。無理じゃんってなるね。
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
光栄
read
武器はそういうと
Mind
ころありそう。
Control
かも
Facility.
ね。まあでも多分前衛でも変わんないだろうな。もう向こうの4人のパワーの方が高くて、もうパワーってあるね。実力の方が高くて負けちゃうっていう。
television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
まあもうしゃあない。
Monitors jumped to life, and
前作よ
Stanley
り
let
レー
it
ティング
drop
が
the
ちゃんと
bucket
してないから、も
Everyone in the office was being
う数こなすしかない
videotaped,
ね。
monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket
あ、こな
had
したところで
never
シー
seen
ズンが終わるまでに
anything like this, and it very
本当に
nearly
適正レート
burst
にいる
into
のかっていう
tears.
のもわかんないけど、
Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
今レーティングが2100ぐらいまで下がってて、相手が弱くなってるからかわかんないけど、全然相手上手くないなとは思うけど、まあポイントは下がってってるからね。
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
一応賢しとはいるから、
Kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raised furiously in Stanley's
適正レートは普通に今自分のいる位置では
He screamed
わかんないね、それ
he
は。
couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he
ブレ
could
幅っ
trust
てある
no
か
one
ら、
except for the bucket.
一応もともと2300、2400で停滞してることもあったけど、停滞してることもあったっていうか、その時間が一番長かったけ
The
ど、
heart of the operation.
今なんか急に
Controls mingled
2100
with
ぐらいまで落ちて
emotions,
て、
happy or
で、
sad
じゃあ
or content.
2200で適正レートかっつったら
Eating,
わ
working,
かんないね
all of it。
じゃあ
monitored
なんで
and
俺は
commanded from this very
2300と
place.
2400でいたんだろう
As
って
the
思うか
cold
ら、
reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that
も
this
ともといた位置が
machine would never again
2300、
exert
2400ぐらい
its
で、
terrible power over another human life.
そこから実力が下がったとは
For
と
he
て
and
も
the
思えない
bucket
から、
would dismantle the controls
ま
for
あ突
good.
然俺のレートが200ぐらい下がるぐらい
Best
実力が下がってると
friends,
したら
Stanley、and the bucket up against the world.
まあそうなのかなと思うけど、別に多分そんなことないから、
And the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
わかんないけどね、本当に俺が知らないだけでめちゃくちゃ
今では
実力下がってるかも。
22、23くらいでラピデコは21って感じ？
いや、どっちもかな。2000、いや、下げたのはラピデコだね。
But at the last second,
ただ、
the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
2200、
Stanley
2400
gasped in horror.
がジ
Had
ム
this
で
been、the bucket's plan all
で、
along?
2200ぐらいまで下がってやる気なくなったけど、一回ラピデコに戻して、で、2000また2300から2400うろうろして、
Stanley was prepared
で、
to
この間
throw the
下がった
bucket away in
2200に。
disgust, when suddenly
ブチ切れて
an
ツイッター
image
に
appeared
画像上げ
on
たんだけ
the
ど、
screen. Birds.
あれ綺麗だね。あれ、ちなみに書いてないけど2回回線落ちで負けてるからね。
Control buttons became active again.
部
屋ぶっ飛んで。
あれ見ました。わら。
あれ切れたね。で、2勝2敗でさ、マジ無理だろっていう試合でさ、回線落ちしてさ、部屋ぶっ壊れてさ、俺が落ちたんじゃなくて、ポストが落ちてね。で、うわーなんか2勝3敗で、なんかめちゃくちゃ引かれだよって思って、次の試合も、また苦しい試合が続いて、うわーお前終わってんなって思ったら、
ぐらい送るか迷って送るのやめました。
怒ってたからね。で、その後に、2勝2敗になって、うわ、これ苦しいなと思って、あ、これよかった、やっと勝たせてもらえたと思ったら、味方回線落ちて、で、その試合落として、で、次の試合でボッコボコにされて、2勝3敗でポイント下がって、で、次の試合で、またポスト回線落ちて、合計回線落ちで3試合落としてるからね、俺悪くねえのに。冗談みたいに落ちたからね。しかもあれ見るとわかるけど、1時間半であの試合数落としてるから、1時間半でね、1時間ちょっとであの試合数落としてるからね。スラムだったね、あれ。1時間でさ、試合を落とすって、結構試合数やってるんだよ、あれ、実は。あれを1時間で落とすのって、どんだけ俺がボコボコにされたかっていうのがわかるよね。俺のラピデコがめちゃくちゃ足引っ張ってるから、ノックアウトされまくってるとかだったら、まあそうかもしんないんだけど、多分そんなに下手じゃないと思うんだよね、俺のラピデコ。さすがに、なんか、そんなに下手だったらバトルナンバーワンなんかホイホイ取れないし、ラピデコで塗るのは難しいから、塗りは放棄してるけど、よほどのことじゃないとエリアは塗らないけど、であれから下がって、本当に下がるの一瞬だったね、あれ。あれで下がって、あ、このルートダメだ。あれで下がって今2100台にいるんだけど、で、2100台でずっと変わんないかな。ずっと2100台にいる今。まあ今日ちょっと増えたけど、 今日ってかあれは今日1時間やって、
なるほど。
まあちょっと増えた。だ
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
から
his
け
chest and
おはよう
emptied
ござい
it
ま
on
す。
his left.
結局試行回数稼ぐしかないなっていう結論になってるから、ラピデコ使ったって感じで。まあさすがにちょっと今手抜きすぎてる感があって、
This was not the correct way to the
さっきウ
meeting.
ニ君が俺の X マッチ見てたっていうのを見てたら分かると思うけど、めちゃくちゃ手抜いてるから俺、今。
多分今泥水期間っぽいのでコツコツっすね。
まあそうだね、コツコツなんだろうな。だからコツコツやるには、いかにスタミナを使わないで、精神力を使わないでやるかっていうのが重要だからね。そういう意味でもやっぱ、ラピデコはマッチしてるね。すげえ適当にやってると分かると思うから、あれ見ると。とりあえず今は、その、試合放棄しないように力抜いてやってるね。このまま、まあちょっと、それで落としちゃう試合はあるかもしれないけど、なんか、まあそれでも回数こなす方が絶対大事だと思うから、まあ今はあのスタンスでやってるね。まあ正直、手抜きすぎてるところはあるせいで、それで負けてる試合が、それで負けたらなんか俺のせいかなって思うところは若干あるけど、でもやっぱね、数こなすためには、本当に力抜いてやらないとなと思ってるからね、かなり適当にやらざるを得ないね。一試合一試合全力でやったら多分持たないな。まあ影響度がね、そんなに自分がめちゃめちゃ頑張っても。
浦さんのモチベーションだとそれが良さそうだな。
そうね。
So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
まああんなもんでいいかなって感じだな。
何にせよ継続してるの偉い。
そうだね。継続の方が、継続大事だね。
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you
あ、
is
7時か。もうどんどんずれ込んできたな、寝る時間
This
が。
should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what
あれ、
is
このルールやった
or
っけ
is
な。
not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
あ、初めてだ、これ。
Is this a bucket?
Yes!
Incorrect. It is a
マジかよ。
hologram of a bucket, not an
不足だらねえ問題だよ。
Item 2. Is this
どう見てもバケツでしょ。
incorrect?
マ
It
ジ
is
か
a
よ。
3D printed
難しすぎ
recreation
る。
of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a
いやー、これは違いますね。
incorrect? This is a bucket.
ぶっ飛ばすと。マジかよ。
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
さすがに違えな。
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket.
コレ
To
ク
be
トじゃねえ
honest,
よ、バ
I
カ。
just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
ああ、普通の人は起きる時間にまで起きちゃった。おいおいおいおいおいおいおいおい。おいおいおいおいおいおい。
Incorrect.
あ
This is a bucket.
え説明なし
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
なんだよ、これ。
Item. Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
いや、もういいよ。え何
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless, is that what you think? Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
何なんだ
I'm
よ。
going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone?
おーい。
Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every
ああ、
single
この
thing?
エンディングで最後にしようと思ってたから。
God, I had no idea.
もう終わりにしてく
It's
れ。
me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not
何言ってるかわかんねえよ。
Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right
お
now.
ーい。
It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
What the fuck?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the
さすがに
meeting
終わった
room.
か。
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
あ、わかった。一つの4分30秒で行くエンディング。
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
やべえ、い
and
けるかもし
Stanley
ん
knew
ねえ。
it
それだけ見たら終わ
perfectly
りにしよ
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
う。そう、
But eager
さ
to
っさ
get
と終わら
back
せ
to
ようと思っ
business,
たのに。
Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in
これ
his
だ。
eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley.
これだ。
Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
絶対。え、違うの？これエンディングじゃないの？
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
え、マジ？違うの？
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his
同
death.
じかこれ。
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
同じか。
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
じゃあなんだ4分のエンディングって。
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
いや、もう終わりにする
Perhaps he
か。
wanted to stop by the
眠
employee
くなってき
lounge
たし。
first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
さすが
ago.
に連続で死んでも関係ない
But
か
in
な。
his eagerness to prove that
関係
he
ないか。終わりにするか。
is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
あれ？
When Stanley came to a set
何
of
こ
two
れ？
open
パターン
doors,
変わ
this
ったよ。
was
な
not
ん
the
でこう
correct
寝よう
way
と思ったら
to
パ
the
ターン変わるんだよ。
meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
頼むよ。
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be.
同じかな。
Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then
いや、
on,
さすがに
he
同
would
じな。もういいや。あ、セッティングも確かあったな。インストラクト。え、こんなのあったの？マジかよ。
never be alone ever again.
あ、なんだ。インストラクトって、右クリックのことか。あ、左クリックのことか。びっくりした。じゃあいいや。じゃあお疲れ様。おやすみ。